Yeah, that was a real deep dive in the pump, wasn't it?
Well, that was first thing I was
Yeah, pull it back, pull it back. Okay. Let's call the meeting to
Reconvene the meeting.
Yep. Call the meeting to order. We're reconvening from yesterday, the draft annual plan 26-27 hearings, deliberations. Now, just a couple of housekeeping issues. The first to explore the appetite to continue after 5 p.m. tonight if we're not finished, or to come back tomorrow. So Rosalie's leaving at 3:30. So general show of hands. Those who would rather are happy to go beyond 5.
6, 7, 8. Past 5 p.m.
Okay, you happy with that? Okay, I think we've put a cap on it though, and maybe not go past. But we need to order food if that's the case.
So yeah, if we can decide on a time to go to, we'll determine whether we need to.
Yeah, what's a 7:30? Everybody happy with that as the late one?
Sorry.
7:30 is the latest. Yeah, well, that's the point. Kate was going to order some food, but yeah, why don't we reassess it at close to 5? I think that's it, and if we can sort it out, then that's good. Okay, so that's item 1 out of the way. The second is welcome to any viewers that are online, and again to staff. Have we got media here today? No. Just for those of you who are online, we've got a lot to get through today, and we got through a lot yesterday as well. But just so that you know that all of the submissions have been viewed by the councillors. If you don't hear your submission coming up today, it's not that it's been ignored. We've all had these submissions for over a week now, and they have all been reviewed by all the councillors. And thanks again for putting those submissions into us. Okay, so we're going to pick up where we left off yesterday, and that was looking at Ngangahura Community Boards list. And we've got Councillor Webb here today to help us work through that. So where do we get up to, Kate? Okay, public toilets, Ikamatura is where we're starting. Linda, do you want to speak to that at all?
Well, usually one of us speaks, but if people are happy for me to speak to it, given that I was part of the submission writing.
Okay.
Obviously the public toilets for all, for Springs Junction and Ikamatua, like I said, this is a submission that we legislatively, by the government said that we need to make as a body, the ICB, and we'd obviously already talked about toilets and having that paper going along. So just making sure that staff are aware that that's still, those toilets are still high on our priority list. So I'm not expecting today that you'll tick it off unless you want to. But yeah, so that's what I mean. We're just trying to keep these high on the radar. So next time you decide to build a public toilet, there's 2.
Okay, thanks for that, Linda. And does that complete the ICB list? I haven't got a copy in front of me. Yeah, I can't read it up there. So
recent senior housing, if you want me to go through it, is that
right,
yeah, so obviously that was a big issue, so and that's why we put it in the submission, so a chance for this council to
sorry, excuse me, Linda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just regarding the toilets, we had some discussion about the toilets yesterday, fully aware of their committee, and we don't seem to have a bring up as such. You know, we're sort of reliant upon things like, being in the agenda and the like. Just wondering whether or not we should be looking at putting that on action points or somewhere so we can have a continual bring up on this, so we can then monitor the performance, the work, I should say performance. Yeah, just the work associated with Ekamatua, Hector, and some of the other ones. So
Yeah,
please, if we could.
Yeah, I'll just ask staff, is that on the work program already?
So through the mayor, thank you. Yes, so and yesterday we talked about the previously presented toilet amenities paper, and those facilities are on that. Given that they are not currently in the existing LTP, they would be in the conversation as we develop the next LTP, and in particular of those would be what external funding could we find. I think I mentioned yesterday, I haven't quite got it in front of me now, but there was several $100,000 worth of proposed work, so it is not a small task.
Okay, so just in response to Colin's question, you're capturing it.
We would intend to talk to council about what their views are as part of the ongoing LTP.
Is that okay, Colin?
So please, if Linda, in terms of ICB, is happy with that, it's sometimes, as we've said previously, things seem to get pushed out all the time. So basically, what I'd like to see is a stake in the ground, and know, for example, with the toilets, for example, that is there TIF funding available? For example, are we chasing central government because these are, Joe Bloggs pops into them and they're from Auckland, for example. So long as it's on the radar and the stakes in the ground, Mr. Mayor.
Understood. I think we've established that. Okay, Tony.
Yeah, just so what happened to this toilet paper? Did the toilet paper come to the council table? Because this is where we're at last year, and we directed, because we had the same issues again with the amount of toilets coming into the long-term plan discussions, and they were going to come back. Staff was going to come back with a paper on it. Yeah, what happened with that, guys?
So, sorry, I'm just trying to find it, but the paper was presented to council in the last two. The next steps were that we were going to workshop it with council. So I've got the minutes here. The next steps with the toilet amenities be workshopped as part of the 26-27 annual plan process. That was 24th September.
Okay, all good. Councillor Hawes.
So I guess that will come with options around funding. If there's any government changes, any funding options, tourism levies or whatever, however you're going to fund, possibly fund it or not fund it.
Any conversation will be part of funding. Funding will be part of any conversation. Sorry, yes.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about conversation, I was talking about information. That's
noted.
Okay, thanks, Anthony. Back to you, Linda.
I just picking up on Councillor Reedy's point that every ICB meeting we do have an action list, and we also have an infrastructure spreadsheet that captures a lot of these things that that we do have on our radar, but again, it often doesn't come to the council table. So the annual plan process is a chance for us to raise this at the council table. So
Okay,
Um,
fair enough.
Senior housing rent increase, obviously that we've had a lot of people in the community complaining about that. So that is why this is included in our submission. As I said, it's a chance as the new council sitting around to have a talk about that because it is part of our fees and charges that we're adopting as part of the annual plan. So that is why it's there.
Colin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can, on behalf of Councillors Hall and Webb, discuss that, and just in general, in terms of the senior housing. As we know, when setting rent, and I was there when we did the agreed last year. Now, when setting rent, of course, one of the fundamentals is rates. Okay, so, and as we know, if I was to rent my house out, I've got rates of let's say 5,000, and in that 5,000, there are a lot of components within BDC which they want to recover. So here we have rates of whatever it is for the properties in Reefton and elsewhere. When I look at rates, of course, then of course we add on these other items such as overheads. But my question is, well, surely these overheads are already included in the rates calculation because they are part and parcel of the cost recovery for that as part of rates. If you're already charging rates on the property for the rental, and then you charge separately for overheads, aren't you double dipping? I'm only asking the question. That's all, Mr. Mayor. I also are aware of the fact that we had, I think, Rob McNabb was his name. I can't remember now. Tony McNabb or someone, sorry, the other person, Matt O'Regan, talking about the Macaulay Flats. Now, I know we have a lot of overhead that needs to be recovered within BDC, but I'm just wondering whether or not I mentioned before about the potential for double dipping, but also whether or not we there is too much overhead recovery in the that's been associated with the rental calculation of senior housing. So all I want to do at the moment, Mr. Mayor, is just place that on the table for people to, if they want to discuss or whatever. But maybe we need to do a rethink on the rental calculations. That's all I'm saying.
Who's best to answer that in terms of when those calculations were done?
I'm happy. I can answer part of your question there, councillor. So, there was a resolution on the table last year when it was first discussed, June 2025, to make it cost neutral. So it meant that the wider ratepayer wouldn't be subsidising for the senior housing. And I know that you're there, councillor. I'm just saying it for the whole table. That does include the overhead costs because we do have property teams and such that go out there and help our tenants. We did put the resolution on the table for it to be market rent, which would have meant that we would have turned a slight profit, I guess, to it. And that's not what we're in the game for. So council has resolved, and that's what we've carried out with notice tenants that we have to do through the tenancy agreements to say that this is what the new rental is going to be. There is no profit being made from that. It is just recovering the cost of providing that service. If council wishes to rescind that previous resolution and put something else on, it would just mean that council would then be asking the wider ratepayer to subsidise the senior housing rents. And I know one thing that was brought up around the table last time was that we understand that seniors are in a vulnerable position. There's also a lot of other ratepayers that are in a very similar boat as well. So the review was done last year, so it was June last year, and there's been lots of contact to our tenants throughout that time, including lots of additional support and ensuring that they know what type of support is available to them through MSD, and some fact sheets that was handed out for them, and some information sessions also that were held specifically for our seniors.
Councillor Curnow.
I'd like to move that the projected rent increase for council housing be a workshop discussion on the issue of our total housing portfolio. Second, speaking motion that it's part of the dynamic situation, and I don't know, I'm just been alluded to the fact that the government announced it this morning on the sleeping housing, and I think that is going to impact on our role as a sleeping housing provider as well. The issue around this whole how you define the market in terms of is quite problematic.
Well, if I start again. Yeah. Thanks, Dave. Thanks for that advice. So I moved the motion that's been seconded by Councillor Reedy that the projected rent increases for council senior housing be deferred till such time as there is a workshop discussion on the issue of council housing. So speaking to that, so sorry for repeating myself. Speaking to that, we're in a dynamic situation. There's a recent government announcement being made today. This issue has arisen in other parts of the country. We're very much aware that in Rotorua, for example, in a similar situation, council tenants have won a case through the tenancy tribunal. There is a high likelihood that if a similar case was taken in Bulla, it would also go against our council. So I know that there were discussions last year, but this is a new council around this table, and in facing quite, well, I use the word dynamic. We're in dynamic times, changing circumstances, and we are a new group. I think there's a case for us to just consider the situation that we're in and make strategic decisions about the future of our housing stock. Councillor Hingston alluded to a possible avenue that we could pursue, and I'm sure there'll be other alternatives as well.
Thanks, Ray. Before Colin, if you'd like to say anything, just ask Simon to explain the mechanics.
So we don't have to defer it to the workshop, we just have to defer it to the LTP, because we then need to adjust the rates up for this year. Yeah, so there's no point in just saying the workshop, because I think that we'll defer it to the LTP for that increase, if any.
I'm happy to amend the motion if seconder agrees.
Shane.
So, do we know what that impact would be on our rates? They like a lot less. Zero? I didn't ask you. Excuse me. Can I please ask finance the impact on rates?
Calculation. So we need to know what they were before, how many units, and what the proposed was before we were able to determine what that impact is.
Okay.
That's Councillor Hawes, then Councillor Hingston, and then
I'd really just like to speak to that. So the elderly housing is a closed account. The decision in council was that it was, and back in, I believe 2000, and Rosie will correct me if I'm wrong, around the 2016 mark, the decision was made, or even earlier actually, sorry, it might even be McManus's time. The decision was made to move them to fully cost neutral. Before that, we had a component that was subsidised from general rates. I believe we had a 70-30 split. 70% was from the housing rentals and 30% was general rates subsidised. We moved from that model to a fully enclosed account. And to my knowledge, that has not changed. Therefore, Councillor Reedy will correct us if we're wrong, being our accountant. That account will accrue debt. And I assume that the interest on that money will then accrue into that account as well, and being a closed account. So therefore, I would assume that from the decisions made in this council, the way the council operates, that in terms of general rates, it would be cost neutral.
okay, why don't we ask Sahana or Leslie, if they can respond to that. In terms of what Dave has just said about the rental component being ring fenced, for want of another word, is it ring fenced? So closed account.
Sorry, no, well, we're not talking about the Reefton rentals, we're talking about all rentals, and if we're accruing debt, I would like to understand what that means. If it's in a closed account, I want to understand what accruing debt is.
We don't have that. We're not party to the rental increases or anything like that.
No, I'm just looking
Yeah.
for the information now.
It might take us a little while to get to that if we want to come back to it.
Okay, why don't we come back? You happy to come back to that, Ron? See if we can get a wee bit more information.
Motion on the table, it's been moved and seconded, you have to vote.
Let's go through. Rosalie was next, and then Dave Hingston.
Two things. One is, if possible, for that paper that was presented to council, I think July last year, to be circulated for all the councillors again, because it had the breakdown and the reasoning behind. And secondly, is there a formula for these overheads? X amount for infrastructure, corporate services, whatever. Is there a specific formula used for different areas like housing, sewerage, whatever? So is the proportion of the overheads worked out right across and then divided, or for different areas, is there a formula for overheads?
We're just talking about normal overheads or the overheads that are involved with this, because
Yeah.
finance have no calculations on the revenues from the rental. But for normal overheads, it depends on the amount of staffing and staff time within an activity and support that they get for the overheads.
So the rental portfolio across the district, overheads are being applied based on management of that, elections, maintenance, all of those services have been put in to manage and coordinate all of that.
I don't know, somebody mentioned a double up of it. Don't know what that is. We need to look at it. We need to analyse it. We can't give any answers at this moment.
That is a question, because there were overheads there, and from memory, without the overheads, it made quite a significant difference on the rental. And I know I've had the same question asked, and most people are well aware of the different closed accounts on water and sewage and how those overheads. So it's just, is there a formula?
Okay, we'll give have you got an answer for us? Yeah.
Without going into specifics, but I'd like to just tell you how the overheads are calculated. So we have activities like support. So all the costs for support, we don't wait for that activity. Those are split as overheads to all the other activities that are rated. So that's how the overheads, it's never a double up. It's all the costs. So if you look at finance doesn't get rated for, but finance gets split through all the other rateable activities. And that's where the overhead comes in. So I hope I'm being clear on that one. It's never a double up.
But it's not split equally.
I wasn't suggesting a double up. I was asking the formula used, because I can't remember the breakdown of the overheads for the senior housing.
Yes.
But the one that comes to mind is sewage, and you have infrastructure overheads, planning overheads, corporate overheads, and how that overhead is calculated.
So on different things, like for corporate service as an example, it's split on everybody's portion of total costs. So every activity's portion of total cost gets a percentage of that particular overhead. On property, it is done on square meterage. On infrastructure, it only relates to the activities that infrastructure will deal with, and then it's a percentage of total cost. So it's a very mathematical calculation, and we can have a look at that.
But
I
it's,
think-
but
I
it's,
think-
it's, they're not,
Yeah,
it's not
I
an
mean,
equal.
It's
all
not-
good
yeah.
questions. Sorry, Sahana. They're all good questions. I just wonder, Dave wanted to say something, but we've got a motion on the table. We need to move on if we're going to come back to this. So maybe, councillor Kuno, you would.
Oh, it is, so it's one right for quiet. Yes.
Hold on, Phil. Sorry, Phil.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to speak to the motion. I'm going to support it, for a number of reasons. I think, the financial impact on council would be absolute minimum in the coming year. And holding it off till the LTP will give plenty of opportunity to revisit. I just want to disclose that I've seen a spreadsheet that was submitted to Ray Kernow on this very matter. And I couldn't make head or tail of it. There were such variable amounts put into the spreadsheet in terms of the overheads that didn't seem to correlate to any specific activity. For instance, the overheads attributed to Haramea in one year were significantly higher than any of the others. And then the following year, there was virtually none. It just did not make sense to somebody who's sitting down and trying to see, I can understand why the rents have been pitched at the level they were. So, having said that, maybe I just don't know how to read spreadsheets. Maybe Mr. Reedy would like to have a look at that spreadsheet and comment. But giving that information that I cannot understand how the previous council arrived at the numbers they did, I think it's absolutely important that we as a new council get the opportunity to look at this important matter. So I will be supporting the resolution that asks for it to be delayed for a discussion at the next LTP.
Dave, did you, and then Colin?
Yeah.
Oh, which,
Yes.
So, hand up before Phil. We've got Colin, and then do you want to speak again, Dave? Pause. Okay.
Right, so I'm against the motion, and the reason I'm against it is because we're talking about all of the ratepayers subsidising a few superannuants. So what we're talking about was something in the order of 25, 26 dwellings in that order. So we're talking about, yes, I know it's inconsequential in the big scheme of things, but every penny that you make or you subsidise is a loss. And that means more subsidies from other ratepayers, including other superannuants and including others on the benefit. So we're saying we're going to look after these people especially because they're in council flat. Now, this is not fair market rate they're going to. Chrissy was quite clear. This was a cost recovery, so it was nil cost to the council. And I would say nil cost to the ratepayers. It's not the council. We are a vehicle. They are a vehicle for looking after the ratepayers' interest. It's ratepayers' money that we're talking about here. It's ratepayers subsidising a very small percentage of people, and the responsibility for aged care sits primarily with central government. And, you know, we're talking about all this affordability issues. All these little things add up to making it less and less affordable. So from I understand from a taking care of our elders
thing. I respect them entirely, but we are not an aged care agency.
Thanks.
Oh, I haven't finished yet. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'm just pausing for effect.
Okay.
So I just think, to be fair and equitable, we can't have our ratepayers subsidise a small percentage of people. And I think what the council did, staff did, in making a cost recovery, and it wasn't fair market rent, is absolutely fair and proper. And when you go through these things, all the little bits and pieces here and there add up to an affordability issue. So we've got an obligation to the ratepayers to make things affordable. We have our obligation to our elderly to respect them and assist them and point them to other forms of subsidy from central government. And in that way, I would vote against the motion.
Thanks, councillor Houston. Councillor Reedy, then councillor Hawes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm just speaking as a seconder. I hear what Councillor Hampson is saying, and I agree fully. I also hear what Councillor Curnow is saying, and I agree fully. Okay, so we need a middle road somewhere, and I just want to say that this term, if I may, Mr. Mayor, closed account, it's a load of rubbish. You go and Google closed account, it tells you a jail account has been closed. There's no such thing as a closed account. It's something that someone from BBC invented a little while ago. Basically what it is, you call it ring fenced if you like, or what we have to report each year in our annual report is what's called reserve funds. Now, we do not have a reserve fund for senior housing. So basically it goes into what central government called the consolidated fund. In other words, into the bank account, and it is not monitored per se. Okay, we require further insight into senior housing. I'm not saying that we stall it for another 10 years. What I want to see is a reserve fund put in, and it is appropriately managed. You can either call it for each of the Mr. Mayor, each of the districts, each of the communities, or in a full. I don't care how it's done, but we don't need a workshop on this. All we need is some consensus, discussion around the table, and direction for staff. So I agree, and I will be voting in favour of the resolution, simply because I know it's been put aside again, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. But can we just have some time to consider this now for the long-term plan and put the stake in the ground, and that stake ain't going to move. Please, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Hawes.
Thanks, councillor Reedy. You put the words into my mouth. I didn't have the same terminology of you with your accounting background, but that is exactly how I see it. And you've quite clearly articulated what the issue is, or that there's a need to clarify areas around those issues. I also support the motion because of the background history of going through this. You quite clearly articulate that we call it a closed account, as we did with a ring-fenced account for the dredge. It's no different. It's the same thing. So it's basically it should be a record-keeping process. But what the agreement, there was a decision within this council that I said, and that was around the fact that general ratepayers, and I believe it still stands, should not be subsidising senior housing from general rates. And therefore, that was how they established this closed account, or whatever you want to call it, ring-fenced account, whatever. So what if it's managed in that way, any lack of income or increased expenditure or interest rates should be accounted within that accounting line item. Getting some terminology from Councillor Reedy, who's starting to educate me on accounting. I will never be an accountant, but so that's how it's set. I was on the we did have a senior housing committee that worked through it. I was part of that. We got informed about all of the ins and outs of senior housing through that process, and the end point of that process was to be a decision around whether we retained them or sold them or on passed them to another body that was outside of council to operate. And that was the purpose of that senior housing committee. We went through, we understood all of the ins and outs of the costs, made the decision that general ratepayers would not subsidise that account. Therefore, my mind boggles that got lost within a council structure, operational structure, to the point where we suddenly get to the point where we need to raise rentals from whatever, let's say 165 or whatever it is, to 250. If the decisions in council had been enacted by staff, we would not have got to this point. Those things would have been annually adjusted to meet the decision that the council made about these being fully cost recoverable. That was my point. So therefore, suddenly we reach a point through no fault of these pensioners at all. They've paid what they've been asked for, to a point where they're facing a sudden challenge in their income versus their expenditure. And it's not insignificant. If this had been addressed year on year from 2015 or 16, whenever that decision was made, this would have been dollars, not virtually $70 or $75 increase. So I totally support pausing, reassessing. So every member around the council, I'm not teaching to suck eggs, and I'm not saying my presentation of this is entirely correct. It's my view on those processes we went through. But I do think we need, as Colin quite rightly points out, Ray quite rightly points out, Phil quite rightly points out, we do need to actually sit down and assess it. Everybody needs information to understand it, and we need to make a proper decision. So I support a pause.
Linda.
As said, we have discussed this at the community board, and we did signal to staff that were sitting around that table that this, the annual plan process council could come to a decision that they rescind that motion or push a pause. So there was a heads up given to staff. I will just point out, which I think I pointed out yesterday, that regardless whether the ratepayers do subsidise it or not, that's a point that we need to figure out. But we do that anyway in terms of the airport, the perk centre, the libraries. Not everybody uses those facilities, but yet the general ratepayer across the Buller all contribute to those things that some people might never use in their whole entire life living in the Buller. So I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. I think Leslie has a little bit of
Yes, we've just got some figures, but it's just to be aware it's very estimated. So the impact on rates, if you leave the senior housing rentals as they are, 0.43% subsidisation by other ratepayers.
0.443. Okay. I haven't said anything yet, so I will.
You're going for 3.
I agree in principle with what Councillor Hingston is saying, is that all of these little things add up. We're talking about 0.343 here. We're talking about other items that we've signed off on, and we've still got a way to go and work our way through. But I agree. I don't liken Councillor Webb, the likes of the Perk Centre and the airport, to the rental homes for the elderly. I agree with Councillor Hingston that it's not council's responsibility it's central government's responsibility to provide for our senior citizens. Having said that, I'm not opposed to a pause where we can revisit all of this and get it sorted out once and for all. And in my opinion, we should be at the same time looking at, as a council, whether we retain the housing portfolio as part and parcel of that review. Yeah.
We've had discussion. I believe I've had as a seconder. The mover has already spoken. Then we've since had some more discussion, and all I want to see now is we don't talk about, you know, once we've had a right of reply, that's it. It goes to the vote. So the motion is on the table. Okay, can we please have a vote and move on? Because we've already decided, someone's already said, I'm for it or I'm against it. We don't need to keep on regurgitating what has already been said, Mr. Mayor.
Point of order, actually, our right as a council.
It's our right as councillors to talk to the motion, and you know there's some councillors here that haven't yet spoken to the motion, so give them a chance to speak to the motion, and then we go to the right of reply as a final thing.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else want to speak? Go, Councillor Kerno.
Well, absolutely, I agree with Councillor Hinkson. That's why I was waiting for exercise my right of reply once I was certain that everybody had an opportunity to contribute to the discussion. Just for the sake of clarity, I'd ask Caitlin to read out the motion as it stands.
Resolved that the projected rent increase for council senior housing be deferred to the 2027-2037 long-term plan.
Read it again, please.
The projected rent increase for council senior housing be deferred to the 2027-2037 long-term plan.
Excellent, thank you. So look, there's been a very full debate. I don't really want to add anything to that, except to say, in terms of this issue of whether our senior housing tenants are subsidising homeowners, I'm not convinced that that is the case. In fact, I believe it could very likely be the reverse. Depends on how we interpret our expenditure. We need to look at that. I'm not convinced that that's the case. I certainly believe in fairness and equity. At the moment, I don't think our approach to rental housing, senior rental housing, is either of those things. So let's have the further discussion.
Thank you. Okay, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Against? Well, I think we'll have to come back to this in the terms of the plan. Moving on. Okay, what have we got next? Linda, we have an easier one, please.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yeah. I'd like to make a motion that that the Reefton aged care is a targeted rent that Reefton ratepayers can pay. I mean, what we're talking about here is one community that's getting subsidised by the others. How much of the subsidy do the other houses get?
It's across the board.
Yeah.
It's everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone.
I'm asking how much.
Yeah, we don't have that number, but the motion's been put, the vote's been put.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I just think it's unfair.
Point of order for clarification. So point of order for clarification, this process that we're sitting through called an annual plan is where we set the fees and charges for the year going forward. This is the appropriate place to be talking about that. So I just want to make that clear, Dave. This is not moving outside the process. No, this is about setting fees and charges. So, yeah.
Okay, moving on, everybody. Moving on, please. Okay, Linda, where did we get to? So,
the next page, I'll look at page 3, is the Middleware landfill recycling. So, some residents have approached us, that in the fees and charges for zone 3, the recycling part of it is the charge is going up to $647. Yeah, so that's a charge that you cannot opt in or out of. Yeah, is that all right? And so also part of that is that they have the recycling part open in the landfill, only open for 1.5 hours. So I guess that rate encompass, that would be my question, does that charge that's going to zone 3 recycling, does that encompass paying for that 1.5 hours? That was my first point of clarification.
I understand, yes, it does.
Yeah. So therefore, would it be useful for staff to consult those, those zone 3, like whether that is a viable use, for charging for the 647, it's going to continue to go up. Is that a service that they want to be part of, that they obviously, they are forced to pay for?
So if I can just clarify, so I think my understanding is the suggestion is that to reduce that cost, you're suggesting that we close the Maria landfill.
So looking into it, so either closing that or not offering the recycling option. So some sort of consultation to that community, because at the moment, some of them, they're forced to pay the huge costs, where some of them might say we will deal with our recycling ourselves by, when they come into Reefton, they bring in their recycling for, instead of paying the 647. So I guess this is through the annual plan process is highlighting that charge has dramatically increased over the last few annual plans, and is that an area that council could consult with that small community, whether, is that a service that they would like to pay for, be forced to pay for, or is there an alternative? So that's why. So the action there is, looking at how many people, has there been any inquiry of how many people are actually putting out their bins to be recycled? I know there's places that are in the zone 1, like in Reefton, rural places, they don't even put out the recycling bins, but yet the truck still goes past them. Is there a scope there to have a look at those quantities? Also the 1.5 hours, are people using that service? Because it's a huge amount of money that ratepayers in zone 3 are forced to opt in. Yeah.
So just to recap on that, Linda, the action requested is to check quantities of recycling and landfill use to determine ongoing viability.
Yeah, viability.
You're not actually asking to change the number.
Is that a viable service, given that over the life of the long-term plan, that is going to, the trend has that it's been staggering, increasing by a huge amount, and that's a cost that you can't opt out of. So that is a huge part of their rates.
So we can certainly look at that. I just want to clarify. The Maria residents do not have a recycling collection. The only option they have is to take it to the landfill recycling.
But under the fees and charges, that's what they
pay.
That's what they're paying. For that service.
Yeah. So the alternative option for that would be, the alternative option for that could be for them to drive it to Reefton
or deal with it in their own, like we through the waste consultation, there were a lot of submitters that said that they actually you know, they recycle it, they take things down to the recycling themselves, like, you know, deal with it themselves,
I mean,
basically.
they currently take it to the recycling centre at Maruia.
Yeah.
They would then have to take it to a different facility. We couldn't provide that there.
So all I'm asking is looking into that viability, like, is that something that
Okay,
community, they have voice? That
happy.
We will
Happy to do that.
investigate that takeaway.
You happy with that, Linda?
There's likely to be an ongoing cost regardless, so we can't get rid of the entire cost.
Okay, so you'll come, we can move on then. Sorry, Phil, I'll keep missing you out the
Yeah,
corner.
thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, you know, in similar, in the same vein, in fact, I'd just like to know if there's any opt-out provision for anyone in Zone 1, and if there is, what triggers it? If there's not, are there anybody is everybody in Zone 1 paying the targeted rate? Can we be provided with information on that, please?
This is a topic that we intend to bring to council probably next month, because there's a little bit of work going on what is happening in Zone 1. So I think what I can allude to is that the Rating Act doesn't provide for opting out. Council's current practice, or the historic practice, appears to have allowed for it. So we are trying to untangle that little mess at the moment, and we'll have a paper, I'm hoping in June, to council to explain exactly what has happened and how we might move forward.
Thanks, Anthony. Rosalie.
Just two things, Phil's virtually covered it. So you are going to look at the option of opting out of the, of closing the landfill area for Maruia. We've been requested to look at alternate options, which would reduce the $647 And
cost.
added to that, on top of the $647, do they have to pay dump fees like the rest of us do as well?
Correct.
Which
There's a
is
subsidy for the overall service, which is paid for out of the
for
target
an hour
rate.
and a half.
And then there is the user charges of whatever it is, up to $100 a trailer load, I think it is, for disposal at the landfill. And the recycling drop off for Maruia at that landfill is at no charge, no gate charge.
Thanks. Sorry, Phil, your question, you were satisfied with the answer? Okay. Councillor Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know it's going on about something there, but one has to remember about the even for, this is just a reminder that the recycling targeted rate for recycling, the charge there was decided by a number by 2 or 3 councils ago to encourage, it's in the agendas, to encourage recycling through Zone 1, i.e. Westport and Carter's Beach, etc. So that was a decision made. There was no decision made about opting out at the time. But I hear what Anthony is saying in terms of opting out. I don't know if there's an opting out ability to be able to opt out of targeted rates versus general rates and so on, is something I believe that needs to be have more discussion. So that it's part of the waste management that seems to be lingering. So can we just leave this for now and move on, but note the fact that we need to bring it up as an action point or whatever, please.
Okay, Anthony, you've got those action points of paper
I do,
next month.
I've got the action point around the recycling opt-out conundrum we have. The other action point around Maruia will take a little more time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're ready to move on. Thanks a lot. Next on the list, movie theatre signage, but I think
that could be a
Reef,
ICB discussion about that.
yeah, Reef can conceive that one.
We just again highlighting, obviously, because we're advocating for the Anungahoe Ward about surface flooding, which is a problem everywhere. So making sure that's on the council's list that they're continuing to investigate that.
Yep, that's pretty, Anthony's nodding.
The LTP, or in fact the new water entities 10-year plan will have a very heavy reefton component to it on wastewater, stormwater, etc.
Thanks for that, Linda.
Yeah, stormwater separation. So there's been a chat. I know Councillor Rutherford was talking about the differing kind of thing I was talking about with the stormwater, but looking at when it's coming up for the decision-making process about the stormwater separation, the feeling from the community is that we should do that via the UAGC rather than the general rates. I'm just putting it in there for that's what the feedbacks come back. No decision needs to be made on that.
Thank you, Reefton Community.
Just pointing in there, that's been in on our wish list for ages, but we did get a paper from the about the emergency management that should be covered. The upgrade's going to be covered in that. What else? Next page. Yeah, so again, that we support any funding of the community halls. Again, we pushed hard for that in the long-term plan last year, and we appreciate that some of the maintenance funding that we got, especially for the Anungahoe Hall, was put aside for that, and that's happening. They also had got some money from the Buller Resilience Trust and that. So again, just supporting our halls in our patch. Hopefully, I'm hoping that the HVAC system will be installed as promised in the off season, so that doesn't disrupt the swimming season. And again, looking at the annual plan, making sure those changing rooms, it would be a real shame that those changing rooms continue to be in disrepair after that condensation thing. I don't know if that's still in the plan for next financial year or not.
Thanks, Linda. Councillor Hinkston, did you have a question?
Yeah, I mean, we're racing through them at light speed, which is sort of good. But I mean, I just have a question about the stormwater separation. And it seems to me at the heart of this question, and this is a question, it's not an observation or a fact. I'm just a little unsure about them paid for by the way of UAGC. I'm not sure what that means firstly, but more than by general rates based on land value. And I'm just wondering what that was firstly, and is this a fairer and more equitable way of doing business?
Do you want to talk to that or not?
You people are talking about, because I have a different opinion.
We have different opinions, but it's a question, obviously, that people say that there are a lot of in our zone, I guess, and that there's a lot of rural properties there. So therefore, if it is a general rates take, it is based on your land value. So therefore, the people that have a higher land value that may not necessarily live in the urban area where most of the separation needs to take place, they would be essentially paying a higher percentage than somebody that would directly benefit from the wastewater separation in the urban area because they have a lower land value, therefore they will pay a lower percentage, but theoretically have the most benefit. So obviously there's an argument each way, but just pointing it out that had been brought up through our ICB.
Thanks for that. Did you have a question, Colin?
Just a comment, thank you, Mr. Mayor, if I may. Yeah, the uniform annual general charge is set by as a certain percentage of total rates in the financial strategy, I believe it might be. I can't remember which one it is. But we have to be very careful when we say, oh, let's bump up. We've bumped it up now for the last two, at least the last two annual plans from memory. So we need to be conscious that if we want to start increasing the UAGC, that we have to be conscious of the fact that it is set as a percentage of overall rates. Therefore, we've got to go start digging a bit deeper. I don't have an issue with changing it, don't get me wrong, but it digs deeper than what just simply adding on to the general charge. So I just.
Thanks, Colin. We've got Rosalie and then Shane.
Yes, I just wonder rather than, I agree with what Linda's saying, but rather than uniform annual charge, whether it's actually a targeted rate. So rather than a targeted rate.
Shane.
I question that because I think we already have differentials which favour some rural areas. And so in my mind, what comes around goes around, and what we're seeing right now is the biggest rate increase is for those sitting in urban areas, and that might be because they have services here, but there are services used by everyone. So that is recognised in the differentials that people pay. So I wouldn't be wanting to do that.
Okay, Ray.
Yeah, I think this is there's a broader issue here around our rates review that we've been calling for a long time. The UAGC is a regressive tax that was pointed out by our visitors from DIA a few weeks ago. In my mind, I would question whether it should exist in our.
Okay, we've got, I think, on the rating, there's quite a lot of work to do, but Dave.
Yeah, and again, why I preferred Linda to speak to that decision, which was a discussion had by the group or ICB committee or without me, because I stood aside from the process. Just all of those are really pertinent points. Everybody, Colin raises a really good point. I believe it's 30% of the general rates, so you can have up to 30% as of the general rates as a uniform annual general charge. Uniform annual general charge is effectively a targeted rate or a regressive taxation, correctly as Ray points out, as well as all targeted rates are effectively regressive. So the more you move to a regressive situation in taxation, the more it affects people individually, and the less collective cooperation that you end up with. So it ends up being a person looking out for their, and correctly it's raised around by Shane, Deputy Mayor, that we have a series of 42 differentials, last count, might have changed. And they are all set to try and address problems that have been caused through regressive taxation. And so and that's why we need to really go back to a rates review, because if you just went straight to a capital value rating system, which a lot of people disagreed with at the time, a lot of those effects are change. And to give you a quick outline, just to put people's heads in the right space, as I pointed out when we started looking at these, the way that our tax take shift had gone in the Buller from amalgamation in 1989. That amalgamation combined the three councils, the borough, the county, and the Ngāhua County, and these differentials appeared to try and maintain status quo rating rather than actually do a complete reassessment of rating. We'll be facing the same situation again with whatever happens out of this local government reform, so people need to start thinking about that. And I believe that there is far too much in here that people need to get their heads around, and this requires a proper rating review process.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't want to cut you off, Tony, but, carry on.
Okay, so we've done community hall, swimming pool, Reefton Visitor Centre, Service Centre, are we up to there?
Yeah,
Just trying to
yeah.
check in, so
Reefton Visitor and Service Centre.
where we're heading.
Yeah, well, as far as rating, we're over that at the
Okay,
moment.
Thank you.
Everybody makes very good points, but we're not here to solve that big problem today. So Reefton Visitor and Service.
Yeah,
Centre.
like I said, we continue to bring that up all the time and we haven't let that one go yet. Cemetery flooding, there's some people getting some quotes for that. So that's going to be a discussion coming up next meeting. Again, just highlighting Anangahu and Ikumatua footpaths because the work has been delayed for many years now. So just highlighting that they had been promised it was going to be completed, but I think Anthony had
Yeah, we discussed that
talked
yesterday.
that yesterday, and then the same with we've already talked the Buller Health Trust and stormwater. I guess the whole thing about health there, the issue that we put that in a bit of a tongue in cheek, but you know that we do have the Buller Health Trust or the Kawatiri Health Trust, but actually making sure they're actively looking at how ways they can help the outside of Westport and advocating and making some of those health things available. And the stormwater thing there was just talking about again, a lot of rural people in that the argument about how as a council, we really need to be looking at that stormwater, especially with the new entity coming in. How do we want that funded? That's, you know, part of a wider discussion, but highlighting that again, that like I highlighted yesterday, that the new entity could be then dictating basically some of our general rate. You know, they'll decide what projects they're going to do, and therefore they'll dictate, come back to the council because it is part of our general rates.
Excellent, Councillor Hingston.
I just have a question, about whether this statement, we have Buller Health Trust, which only looks after Westport. My understanding is that Buller Health Trust has a broader regional or district responsibility. I get the point they're making that they want some more health support out at Reefton, but I don't think we should be building it on a false premise.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday, and I mentioned, because Simon and I are both trustees, that they're reaching out from Westport into the Reefton area. They're looking for business. Basically.
Can you give some specific examples how the Kawatiri Health Trust is doing that? I know obviously they've got a facility that is open for anybody in the Buller to enrol in, but can you give some specific examples how they are actively reaching out into the Reefton, Karamea areas?
Rural mining.
Pardon?
Rural.
Point of order. Sorry, Linda. I don't believe this is an annual plan matter.
Okay, I agree. But I'm happy to provide you with that information, Linda. Okay, so that's, come on, you two. Okay, so we've covered off all of that. That's the end of the, let's get myself organised here. Stormwater. Okay, who's going to kick this off? Anthony, any remarks?
In terms of stormwater and funding, so the last item just says stormwater and how it's funded out of general rates. Is that the
Kick off.
sorry.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, preempt this by moving that option 1 be the preferred option and be adopted for this current annual plan.
I'm happy to second that. Okay, Phil's moved adoption. I've seconded that. Councillor Perth, okay. Would anybody, any questions?
Sorry, can we just bring out full options?
Well, we're talking about the Westport stormwater, the consultation.
Use your A3 pace of payment, that's in front of you.
Mr. Mayor, I'll just quickly speak to it if it helps the table. We went out and consulted on two options. Option one was that we take the opportunity to co-fund the Westport stormwater upgrade. I'll use that term. I know it's doesn't describe it exactly. Whereas option two was not to support co-funding. So to be very clear, I've moved option one, co-fund the upgrade to the Westport stormwater in association with it, you know, whatever you want to call it. I think you all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. And to be clear, I've seconded that, so we're into discussion. Tony.
Righty ho, done a bit of add up. With the submissions that are handed in, was 22 people were for option one, 29 were against. So again, getting back to that, for example, one example, Mokanui has its own rateable scheme that covers its own flood wall. So they want Mokanui to be paying for that, plus water, plus Westport scheme, plus the rates, plus regional. It's like, honestly, it's kind of, this is where the sticking point is that, you know, not really fair, or affordable.
Anybody else? Rosalie and then Paul and then Dave.
I echo Tony's views, except that Karamea also has a rating district and Congahu has one too. So some people in Karamea have Karamea, Congahu, plus everything else. I mean, to take this on board. But added to that, I sort of would like a breakdown in figures a little bit more. You know, we're saying that the council raised $3 million, near enough $500,000. And when we had it presented to us at council in a workshop, I just said, these are numbers that roll off the tongue, but in actual fact, they are dollars relating to people's rates. And it's saying being 40% that we've got to pay, but what is the dollar amount? Because I can't find that in here again. Because I thought it was different. It was substantial, wasn't $165 a year repayment for the, and I'm just going on memory, for the repayments of that $3 million. It's all very well to just say $3,500,000 that has to be repaid, but what is the impact on that?
I think we were presented with that paper.
We were.
Yeah.
But it's no figures in here, and I find that's a little bit misleading. That, oh, you know, it's 40% and it's all very well, but how much? How many, you know, what are the dollars that it is going to affect people forever and a day, not just for a year or two, but it's forever.
I don't have that number right.
Well, we can't make a decision without numbers. To be fair, to put.
I think Rosalie.
I think so. I think the ladies just trying to pull that number out.
Just give them a minute. I've got a list here, Shane, so we'll get to that. We'll come back to Rosalie's question. Paul?
Well, I'll certainly be voting against it because I've investigated the scheme and I find it utterly ridiculous. I've tried to avail myself of the data, of the costs, of what it's intended to do, and there's no information there. To vote for it is like buying a pig in a poke. Sure, and when we come to the consultation papers, most of the public have said they're in favour of upgrading the stormwater system. Do they know we're not upgrading the stormwater system? Do they think we're upgrading it all, or 2% of it? The scheme is necessary to put some pipes to renew infrastructure where it will go into the wall, the new wall, the flood walls. Those pipes, if they're aged, need renewing. There are major ones that have been renewed in the recent past. I'm talking about the Cobden Street outlet, just replaced. The brick arch on Brown Street has been replaced. You'll see pipes downstream for the Buller Bridge where another major outlet is to be replaced before the wall's put in. Stormwater is, as we just discussed, comes out of the general rate, the maintenance of it. That is traditional. This is for a targeted rate to do a specific job. And what it's to do is to put some pipes under the wall. And that's what should happen. Tagged along with that, we've got some pumping schemes to go on. Why? Is water going to get over the wall and then be pumped out, or is it just the rainwater? So as presented to the public, it's said that when the river comes up, stormwater can't get out. That is incorrect. What happens when the river rises, the gradient from the town to the river decreases and flows. And over the history of the town, 150 years, water can lie in gutters until such time as the storm, the river level falls, increases the gradient, and you increase flow. The most rainfall Westport could get in a 24-hour period is about 200 millimetres. There's no one in town that has a fall level less than 200 millimetres above ground level. Pumps are needed in some areas in Westport where we've had poorly conceived subdivision. I'm talking about the southerly end of Peel Street, subdivided and subdivided, coverage of the land until there's that much flow off from other areas of the town into that area that yes, they need pumping. But pumps in 4 places around town are mobile ones. Do you really want to move the council get involved in the pumping business? Because they've already been involved in the pumping business, and that is with a dredge where we pump the river, and that has been a disaster. This council should not own any pumping equipment. We should hire it in where it's needed. And if our contractors
You're on the list, Tony.
are aware that we need to hire in pumps, they'll have pumps available for those times they're needed. Like, in particular, the southern end of Peel Street that certainly needs it. But to blandly vote for a scheme of millions upon millions of dollars, I can't see.
Sorry, point of order. This has nothing to do that. It's already been consulted on. They had, and that's the information. They can either choose option 1 or option 2. This information is great, but it's nothing to do with actually the vote. So
It's entirely to do with my right to speak against the motion to vote for something that involves many millions of dollars, where if it's similar to the separation of stormwater and wastewater, the bulk of the money will go into paying wages, not doing the plumbing work. So
Okay.
I'm against it because it's not clear. I haven't been given enough information to know where the money is going to be spent, and I certainly don't want council to own pumps and go into the pumping business and have equipment lying around. Otherwise, we're buying a grader next.
Thanks, Paul. Can I just ask a point of clarification of Anthony in terms of this came up yesterday when Daryl Hugh was talking about it. You haven't gone to the point of design to determine the number of pumps yet, is that correct?
Correct. So just probably a little bit of background is, as we have put out in the consultation document, that there are 2 aspects to this. One is replacing undersized or what will be aged pipes that the wall intersects. So over the next 30 years, for example, just about every pipe in Westport will get to an age that needs to be replaced. As Daryl very clearly stated, once the walls are built, replacing those pipes would undermine the wall. So for us to do the next 30 years of stormwater work, we actually have to do it in the next few years as those walls are built. Examples that we won't need to do would be Cobden Street and Hughes Place. Cobden Street was done last year, Hughes Place is being done now. They've been designed of a size and will be of an age where they don't need to be upgraded. So we've already had some work go underway. The other aspect of that is that when the river is in flood, the ability of the town to drain is significantly impacted. As the river goes up, the pipes are submerged, so therefore the water stays in the pipes. Any rain that falls into the town, and Daryl said that as well, any rain that falls in the town stays in the town, and that's where the flooding goes. And that concentrates in various areas around town. We've got a number of areas around by the racecourse, in particular, Southern Peel Street, Colvin Street, places like that do have high risk of flooding and rain events. The pumps will help alleviate that and get that water out. The pipes that are there will store some water, but only a certain amount. We know from Cobden Street, and the gentleman yesterday made a comment about how much better Cobden Street is now that that pipe's gone in. A lot of that is just the fact that it's a bigger pipe and has more storage capacity. And it's similar with Hughes Place. I had feedback after the last rain event that the new pipe, even though it's not finished, prevented flooding in areas that always flood. So we know that that does work. The total cost of this project, to be blunt, the initial cost was in the tens of millions of dollars. The RIF funding a year or so ago was a request for about $18 million. The feedback from RIF was, you will not get that money. Best you'll get is about $8 or $9 million. We put that application in based on what they will give us, and they came back with a 60-40 split. So what we are asking for is our 40% split to be able to get that $5.5 million of government funding co-funded with our money, so we can actually upgrade the pipes so as we don't have to damage the flood walls continuously over the next 20, 30 years. And also to procure pumps so as we can actually protect the properties that are in low-lying areas.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to interject here. Thanks very much, Anthony. Great stuff. We've all been presented with this previously in some in-depth workshops. If we don't already understand what we're being told, then we're not doing our job. I think you've done enough explanation, and I believe we should.
No, I have a question actually around funding I want to ask.
Let me go to my list. Yeah. Okay, so I'll put you on the list, Shane. Dave Hingston.
Firstly, there's a point of order to address the chair. Tony raised a point of order about the relevancy of Paul's discussion.
Yeah. Paul explained that he was speaking against the motion, which he has the right to do.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks,
I just needed to be addressed. I agree. You have the right to speak. As much as I respect Paul's opinion, I disagree with it. And I think this is a question of early investment now. It's got a 60-40 split where we're responsible for 40. Makes sense going forward into the future to give us some sort of future proofing of our future stormwater requirements. So yes, potentially there is not the immediate need for all the pumps to be put in now.
or to have as many mobile pumps. But while we have the opportunity, I think it's incumbent on us as councillors responsible for the well-being, not only now, but into the future of the Buller District floodwaters formula, that we make this investment now. So I'm fully in support of the motion and of getting this RIF funding and co-fund and upgrade the stormwater networks. And I'm very cognizant that there's different ideas about how to get it done, but I put my faith in the council to explore the options and come back to us with the best solutions. And that's what I think our role and responsibility.
Okay, thank you, councillor. Let's be cognizant of councillor Rutherford's point too, which I think is very valid. And we will move on to Dayforce. I'll go down the list, Rosie. Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'd just like to respond to Councillor Sampson on the cost. So it worked because it's stormwater, it will form part of general rates. And right now, for year one, it will be about $20 per property that gets the general rate, going up to about maybe $30 or $31. And it's not forever. It's obviously the duration that we fund this project. So whatever option we choose, whether it's for 20 years or 30 years, that's the duration that lasts for.
Thanks, Hannah. Okay, we'll come back to you. Rosalie, we'll come back to you. We've got quite a list here. Where are we, Dayforce?
Yeah, for a start, I just wanted to ask the question because this has crossed over into regional council submission to us. And, are we including their submission, which was primarily around this topic and with this topic, or are we going to address that separately later? We did.
I guess you're quite right. It lapsed into this, and we heard what regional council had to say yesterday in terms of their support and their explanation for this project. So unless you want to, I'm quite happy for it to be brought into this discussion, but I look at it on the basis that we've heard their submission, which is in support of this project.
Correct.
Yeah,
correct. So that I'm listening here and I'm trying to, because I'm conflicted in how I view this, obviously, you know, from the Anangahua board, we represent a variety of people, some who will be affected with similar stuff within Reefton later on. We're talking about stormwater issues and how we rate them, and some in the rural areas which will be affected because, you know, effectively general rates will capture them in the payments as well. So, you know, I'm trying to get my head around it. I'm hearing everybody sort of speak about it. I understand that, you know, I just want to acknowledge that that has to be done. So for me, it's not a question of doing. I mean, obviously, it's a question of funding. We're split pretty much 50-50 with how people have submitted. And the question for me that I'm grappling with, and if anybody's going to speak to this later, please do, is that this is part of the, and it hurts me to say it, local water done well. So we're going to add this into general rates, a charge into general rates, that then we're going to have the same problems that we talked about earlier about how, you know, how do we deal with external agencies dictating what our internal funding charging is going to be. And then it raises a real confliction for me around, you know, this funding arrangement. So that's what I'm really struggling with. And to be honest, I still haven't really developed a position apart from the fact that, you know, by default, we're going to have to do it. We must do it. And then, and then that leaves us avenues of funding and that is the best, the best of the worst case funding option.
But I think in terms of, correct me if I'm wrong, but in terms of the, the spend here, the capital spend here, and where the debt goes when the new water company comes in,
All of the above.
that will transfer, won't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so we can't revisit, that particular, but I understand.
It'll be about how we remove from the.
So just picking up on Phil's point again, in terms, and Tony's too, in terms of what we've got in front of us, to decide with respect.
Yep.
Then we go to, I had Tony, but I thought yours was a point of order, Tony. Did you have anything else to say?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so we're going to Colin, I think it was. No, Shane's after you. And then Rosalie, yeah. So we've got Colin, Shane, and then Rosalie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Three, if I may, please. I'm just not sure where this motion has come from. On the agenda, we've got draft recommendations, and there's three of them. Now, I know there was option 1 and option 2 placed in the consultation document. And I also know that during the course of yesterday, we raised some motions which were either accepted or not accepted. But whereabouts, is this a new motion or what? Because it's not in the agenda. So I'm not sure what we're doing on this particular point. That's the first question I've got, Mr. Mayor.
Can we just clarify that first?
Well, where is the motion initially? It's in the consultation document, but not in the agenda. And we haven't asked, no one around the table has asked that we put a motion to the table to adopt either options 1 or 2.
I think yes.
Am I correct in saying that?
No, the motion has been, I just thought, hang on, we'll let Simon clarify.
It's not in here. That's all, Mr. Mayor. That's point 1, please.
We'll come back.
Thank you. So through the chair, Councillor Rutherford has put a motion in support of draft in option 1 to support the funding. I've circulated to Phil a draft for his consideration, which is articulates that support in more detail, which I can flip around council if you want to see that. I just want to check Phil was happy with it.
Yeah, perhaps I read it because I totally agree. I was just trying to get the ball rolling. To your point, Councillor Reedy, there is nothing in here because, we're here to determine this matter this afternoon. So if there'd been something presented, it would have been preempting what we're going to do. So to be clear, I'll change my motion to the following. 1, to authorise the Chief Executive to include the Westport Stormwater Integration Project in the final annual plan for 26-27. 2, authorises the Chief Executive to confirm to Kanoa Council's intention to proceed with the Westport Stormwater Integration Project co-funding and to enter into a funding agreement on the terms proposed. 3, notes that the project has a total cost of $8,766,225, with Kanoa funding $5,271,735 and council funding $3,494,490. 4, notes that the council funding of that amount I just read to you will be loan funded with an expected impact on rates by funding interest and the principal repayments, depreciation and write-offs of $142,000 in year 1 of the project, 236,000 in year 2, and 323,000 each year from year 3 onwards, assuming a 3.5% interest rate over a 30-year loan period.
Thank you. Where did that information come from? So that was stop drafted that, and it's just going to appear on the screen momentarily. Okay, so that's been drafted here this afternoon, is it? Some, that's just been drafted up.
We prepared it early. We didn't want to put it in. Yeah. So. Not that one.
Okay. Shane.
Thanks. I have a question, Anthony, around when we looked, are you not finished? Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Colin.
If I can, please. That was the first point. So thank you, councillor, for clarifying that. The next point is, if I may, if we look at page 9, and we're looking at item 9, the project has 2 elements. Now, Anthony has said of the 2 elements, one is the replacement of pipes. Okay. The second one is the purchase of stationary and mobile pumps. So there's 2 separate aspects here, as I just said. Now, yesterday at the regional council said they raised a point about the stationary and the mobile pumps. Okay, now here we are saying we've got $8 million. We'll get 5 million from the government, and let's use that, but we have to pay 40%, $3 million. And so I'm saying, Mr. Mayor, or asking the question, we do this all the time. If the government's given us money, let's take it and we'll make up the rest through the ratepayer. Now, the point is, regional have said you can buy some good Chinese stuff, which is very good, about 60,000. What's been included in the 8 million? I'm not going to use round dollars, 8 million. What's been included in the costings? I don't know. Do we need 4 stationary pumps? According to regional, no. So I believe at the moment it's all very well going ahead with what was said, and I do tend to agree with some of it. But here we are agreeing on $8 million. We don't have a full costing. I haven't got the split, but I'm happy to be corrected between the mobile pumps and the upgrading of the pipe work. Haven't seen that. Also, I note in the consultation document, these mobile pumps are 200 weight each, and with this reef moving across the bridge, where obviously these pumps, mobile pumps, are going to be on trailers. So how are these going to get into Westport if, like I experienced in 2021, Mr. Mayor, I was almost prevented from crossing the Buller Bridge after having come from Christchurch, because the Buller Bridge, the Buller River was in high flood. They were going to make me not go across. So what I'm hearing, Mr. Mayor, is, well, hang on, West Reef are on the other side of the bridge in a couple of years' time when they move to the Hamilton block. How are we going to get these pumps through? Okay, it's all part and parcel planning. Okay, but all I'm saying, Mr. Mayor, is that do we need to factor in, and the council has mentioned about depreciation, that we've got ongoing risk of or ongoing costs associated with R&M. The moment the central government provide us with money, we think let's take it, but we don't always consider the ongoing costs of servicing these pumps. Am I correct in saying that,
Anthony?
So all I want to know, Mr. Mayor, is we don't require $8 million supposedly, based on Chris Cole's comments yesterday. We're going to buy mobile pumps that do not cost $1 million each.
my understanding from what was said in response to that yesterday was along the lines that, you know, the design, was yet to be completed. But quickly, Anthony, can you just?
Yeah, with all due respect to Regional Councillor Cole, we haven't designed anything yet, so stating what pumps can and can't work is a little bit premature. By all means, if we can do this job for less than $8 million, we'll do it for less than $8 million, and Kanoa will give us 60% of less than $8 million, and we'll pay less than 40% of $8 million. You know, simple economics are that you do the best job you can for the best price you can. In terms of the comment about crossing the bridge, recently, I think quite relevant, the evacuation plan was that Civil Defence have developed was publicised, and that's very, very clear that we will have multiple days, over talking 72 hours, notice of a likely rain event. Even at the moment, we get several days notice of a rain event. As part of our civil defence preparedness, is we have some pumps available here now, smallish pumps. We put them in position in the places we expect to need them. If we can, and this is one of the issues we have, if we can hire an additional pump, we'll bring it in. We do that in the days prior. If we wait for the river to be in flood, we are 2 days too late.
Thanks.
So this is already BAU. It's already known. This is how we work. It's part of the civil defence response.
And I think we've got to be a bit careful here that we don't get bogged down in the detail. Yeah. One more.
Very saying, oh, we haven't got a plan yet, but we've done something to be able to apply for $8 million for right thing. So we must have something in writing, a plan of some description that quantifies $8 million.
So the application that was made to Kanoa just about this time last year, I think, was made available to councillors at the time. I'm sure we can dig it out and redistribute it.
Thank you. If you can do that, Anthony,
we can do that.
that'll be great. Thank you. We need to move on a bit, Shane.
Thanks, Colin, because you asked, my question was around the funding. If this project doesn't cost what it needs to cost, then how does that work? You know, so I presume we put our, we just indicate to Kanoa that we're going to go ahead with this, and then
Shane, if I can call a point of order, that question was just asked.
and
before.
I want some clarification, Chris. I've
Carry on
sat
then.
here for ages.
Carry on then.
Thank you.
I'm just pulling up repetition. but
Well,
carry
we
on.
did see some figures. I guess that's what I'm saying, is we saw some figures, and the bulk of the cost was the pumps. So that was my question, is that in actual fact, what we want to know is that once the project has been scoped and we have some pricing, we need to see it back, because, you know, this is up to $8 million is really what we're saying, not over and above. And I just want to know that once it's scoped, that we get that information back so we know what's being done.
No,
Thank you. Thank you.
That was an easy one, wasn't it? Well done, Deputy Mayor. Okay, Rosalie.
And again, a lot has been answered already, and I fully agree that we have to put the outlets in now. But I'm really torn when I just hear the words, we haven't designed anything yet, but yeah, we did have a design. And then I asked about the cost, and in this document it says 0.5% impact on rates. Got told figures, and then have got told different figures now of 142 a year, then 138 in year 2, and that is substantial. And people have not, most people that have submitted would not be aware of that figure because it was not in this document.
Is it correct to say that what people were made aware of was the top line total cost of this project? Anthony has just confirmed that if it's done cheaper, it will be less borrowing and less from Noah.
I'm fully aware of that. But the comment I made at the start, $3 million, the figures, but they don't relate to dollars what our ratepayers are paying. And I think this was misleading to put a document out without having a figure. It could cost between, you know, up to 138 or 142 and going down.
Thanks, councillor.
So,
Okay, thank you. Who have I got list? Paul?
Sorry, point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Councillor
Not,
Hampton.
commission running a meeting here, and when you talk to a motion, you have one bite of the cherry up to 5 minutes. Paul's already had his, and I think Dave's already had his as well.
Yeah, but point of order, Mr. Chairman, look, we're not talking about the same motion, we're talking about a different motion because councillor Rutherford changed the motion. Point of order, it is exactly the same intent of what I proposed, option one. This just it articulates it.
Yeah, I think that as we've been around the table, everybody's had their input. I think we need to move on and put it to the vote. Oh, you got a right of reply.
Absolutely, I do, and thank you very much. So, I mean, obviously, there's a lot that I can say about this. We've had sufficient workshops on it. We all know what's being proposed. We also should all be aware and bear in mind that when we make this decision here today, that we know there's an extreme time frame around this. You might recall staff advised us some months ago when we first sat at this table that if we didn't make a decision quick, smart, we were going to lose the opportunity for this funding. If today we decide not to proceed with the motion that I've placed before you, then we are in danger of facing increased ratepayer contribution as and when these things become required and we don't have Kanoa funding for it. Few other little things I'd say. I heard early that, you know, more people were against it than were in favour of it. We all know that submissions is not straight a numbers game in these matters. It's the quality and the consideration behind the submissions that we take account of. And I am putting a lot of store in the fact that the people who are building this flood protection for Westport, West Coast Regional Council, are strongly in favour of us proceeding with these works as part of the upgrade. So I put a lot of store in their submission. You know, it won't be a targeted rate, as one council, I think Paul said, targeted rate. Well, maybe in the future it does become a targeted rate. That's all that matters for the future. What we have to decide now is whether we're going to take the opportunity to have this work co-funded by Kanoa, and I strongly recommend that you vote in favour.
Thank you, councillor. So we'll go through, read out the motions again, and then we're going to put it to the vote. It's on the screen. Okay, so it's everybody read that.
One by one, please, Mr. Mayor.
And the mover and the second are happy to move and second all four? That's
Okay.
Are you happy to
Yep.
second all four? One moment.
Okay, so if you can read out, I can't see the screen very well, Caitlin, so if you can read out number one.
Four.
Thank you very much.
So authorises the chief executive to include the Westport Stormwater Integration Project in the final annual plan 2026-2027.
Okay, all those in favour?
Wait a minute, is that everyone?
Paul?
Yeah.
Okay, number two, when you're ready, Caitlin.
Authorises the chief executive to confirm to Kanoa Council's intention to proceed with the Westport Stormwater Integration Project co-funding and to enter into a funding agreement on the terms proposed.
All those in favour? Those against? That's unanimous. Number three.
notes that the project has a total cost of $8,766,225, with Kanoa funding $5,271,735, and council funding $3,494,490.
Okay, just one moment for councillor Reedy. Yes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I believe we don't have a firm cost at the moment, and number 3 should be reading, which is why I asked for them separate, has a total, has a cost up to $8 million rather than a total cost. That's in writing there. Please, if I can get agreement on that, please. Up to.
Phil?
Well, yes and no. I'd be happy to consider a proposed total, and I think that it should apply to the ratepayer contribution. If you're prepared to cap the total ratepayer contribution at $3,494,490, I would agree to that.
Up to. I don't understand the capping. What we're saying is up to.
Yeah.
So therefore, if we only spend 7 million, Mr Mayor, then of course 40% of 7 million means the $3 million is going to decrease anyway. So the cap flows on automatically. If the councillor can just clarify what he is trying to say in terms of capping, because as I say, it flows on naturally.
Phil?
Yeah, well, it probably flows the other way. You know, we're talking about the ratepayer supported part of this. We know that it's being part funded by Kanoa, but my main interest is in how much the ratepayer bears. So I would say that note that council funding of up to, in your words, $3.494 million. Would that cover it for you?
I'm relaxed, Mr Mayor.
Yeah. Councillor Hall.
Sorry, I would urge caution in that direction because that then opens the gate for Kanoa to fund less.
Yeah.
And expect us to fund that portion. If this costs 6 million, we're going to be paying more than half of it potentially if Kanoa forces the issue. So I urge caution. I mean, I urge caution in how we word this.
Sorry, no, I think it's a 60-40 split, whatever the final total cost falls. So if I can just clarify
that's 60-40 split, but it's not.
So Kanoa's process for this, just to simplify it, is we spend $100. So we have a cost of $100. We tell Kanoa we've spent $100 and they send us $60. And that continues up until the total sum that they have allocated. Which is they will pay up to 60. Well, they will pay 60% of up to 8,766,000. Yeah. So they will only reimburse, and they reimburse 60% of what we spend up to that limit. So they won't change the percentage.
Okay, so as per the numbers we've got on the screen. Correct.
So as the mover, I'm very happy to amend it to indicate that the maximum council funding will be 3 point. Yeah. Okay. Which is what you're asking for.
Okay, I'm a seconder for that original motion. So I second Councillor Rutherford's amendment. Is everybody happy with that? Ready to go to the vote?
I can have changed it if you want me to reread it.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So notes that the project has a total cost of $8,766,225, with Kanoa funding $5,271,735, and council funding a maximum of $3,494,490.
Great.
We don't, sorry, Mr. Mayor, we don't know the cost yet because we haven't done the figures. So we can't say that we're going to agree on 8 million. We will agree on the paperwork and all that sort of stuff. But all I'm saying is up to 8 million is what we got, and we'll put in the application for 8 million, Mr. Mayor. But we don't have a cost yet.
Yeah, I think in
Am
my view,
semantics?
maybe I'm missing something, but Anthony's just explained that it's a 60-40 of, you know, for every $100, up to, yeah. Okay, so
Again, sorry, point of order here. I moved the motion. I'm not no longer prepared to change that. I think we're clearly indicating what the ratepayer exposure is to the maximum. We have to proceed with this application. We've already told Kanoa, given them a rough cost order, and they've agreed to fund up to this 8 million, and we must proceed on that basis.
I agree.
GST inclusive, exclusive, yeah, just to get clarification. Popcorn.
All costs are exclusive of GST.
Okay. All those in favour? Those against? Thanks, Paul. Okay. One more, the last one, yeah. I'll get Kevin to read it out.
Yeah.
She's really good.
Notes that the council funding is $3,494,490 will be loan funded with an expected impact on rates by funding interest and principal repayments, depreciation and write-offs of $142,000 in year one of the project, $236,000 in year two, and $323,000 each year from year three onwards, assuming a 3.5% interest rate over a 30-year loan period.
Tony,
Hi, just a question or just a clarification at the start. We quoted cost per rate payer, general rates, annual $20 per annum up to 31. Is it 20 as a 30-year? No. Okay, right. Thank you.
thank you. I think Phil, you.
Yeah, look, I just before we debate this any further, in line with 3, I'm going to change the wording that notes that the council funding of up to $3,494,000.
That's logical. Okay, I'll second that.
Just to follow on from councillor O'Keefe, so you're saying that the maximum any ratepayer, even with a say $5 million land value, they will be paying is $30 per year? Is that what you're saying?
You'll go up to that.
So nobody will be paying more? Okay.
Thank you. Colin?
Just clarification there, please. And thank you, Sahana, through the chair. Thank you, Sahana. That's assuming, of course, a 3.5% increase, interest rate. If those rates should go up, then of course that will change. But we also have to be cognizant of the fact that this is going to go across to the new the new entity, which obviously creates extra question marks. So I hear what's being said, and I hear what Councillor Webb is saying. We just be aware of that things can change. But once again, it comes to the new entity as well.
That's right. We can't cover every eventuality until that's set up. Yes. Okay, thanks, Colin. So I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against?
Sorry, councillor Horse. You're for? Okay.
Okay, against? Paul? Thank you. That's all of that. Okay, we're going to adjourn for a break for 10 minutes. So let's say we're back here at 3:05. Thanks, everybody. Okay, thanks everybody. I'll call the meeting back to order. Welcome to all those who are back online. And we're going to move now to staff reports. The first one being reinstating policy advisor role, a budget change, 75,000 in total, 0.35% of general rates.
Through the chair, I'm happy to take questions. I mean, we did talk a lot. We did take this out. We had this in the draft budgets. We took it out because of the after our workshop with council, just recognising the pressure on rates generally. We have obviously had conversations with you around the pressures on our policy speed development and our bylaw development. I know we talked yesterday about the sequence of bylaws that we need to get done, and we are at risk of not being able to deliver the policies and bylaws. We do have quite a backlog, so we were offering this up as a saving, but there is a trade-off in terms of deliverability of timeframes and just increased risk. But it's a council decision whether you want to put it back or not. Our recommendation is that you do, but it's really for council to decide. Happy to take questions. I can do this. So this would be a role that's sitting through in primarily helping out in the policy area in Chrissy's area, but it has a lot to do with Simon's area too.
Phil.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to move that we do in fact take staff's advice on this and reinstate that role. You know, I've found over my years on council, and I guess everyone else will have, that one of the frustrations is policies and bylaws that fall out of date and create a lot of angst. And I'm going back some time ago, I was the chair of the policy group, and man, I became very aware of the backlog around these things. And I think that we've all been presented with enough information to know where we stand with the stuff. And I guess it now depends on what level of importance we put upon having those policies and bylaws brought up to date and being relevant today. Just one in particular is not a great increase in general rate, and I'm going to move that we take the staff advice. Well, I have moved.
I'm prepared to second that and make the comment that we're already behind, and if it continues to fall, you know, further and further behind, it's going to be a huge job. So rather than kick the can down the road, I'll second that and support it. Councillor Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, we seem to be increasing staff numbers. It was only about 2 or 3 years ago we had 65 FTEs. Now we're up to 95 FTEs, bums on seats, plus part-timers. And of course, as we know, an FTE, Mr. Mayor, is classed as 40 hours a week, except for about 2 or 3 are on the old agreements, which allow for 37.5 hours. So in effect, someone can work 35 hours a week, and that's not classed as full-timers. But that's by the way. Once again, as I say, we haven't looked at why have all these things fallen behind. Okay, Bronwyn does a great job. There's nothing wrong with there. And I've also been told when I sent Bronwyn an email, unfortunately Chrissy's not here, I sent Bronwyn an email. I got one about the backlog. I wanted to schedule the backlog of policies. I got an email back from GM customer services, or whatever that position is, and it said we like to manage the workflow of staff. Please do not disturb the staff with this type of question. come to me. So why, I'm asking Mr. Mayor, why has this fallen behind the way it has? That's the first thing. Second thing is, it's in the budget, Mr. Mayor, under consultancy fees, I might add, for customer and support services, we have an amount of $10,000 budgeted for in the current annual plan to assist with policy work. Only 10,000, but it's in there. So why? So there's no mention about bringing in a new staff member in here. It just talks about a 10,000 amount. So
we are Simon to address those two.
What was the first one, Colin? Sorry, you repeat it.
Okay.
I lost it.
The first comment Colin made was around staffing levels.
hey, why are we suddenly well, sorry, not suddenly, why are we on this path of increasing staff numbers from what it was 65 or whatever a little while back? Now I understand we're up to 95, and yet we still don't have the capacity to be able to keep up to date with the work.
So
Well, I suppose more broadly, I mean, I don't remember a time when it was 65 in my time. I mean, I guess as a general comment in terms of what's happened in local government since when my time since 2018, we've seen a huge amount of increase in what councils are responsible for. The RMA changes, the stuff that's come out of Health and Safety Work Act. What else? We've got a significant amount of reporting that we do through infrastructure, water changes, asset management planning. All of those, the TTPP, all of those have driven a significant amount of pressure from central government onto local government. We don't have a choice. We don't generally increase our the community facilities, so we don't add on librarians, but this the behind the scenes stuff. So
yes, Colin. Can we let Simon finish first?
No, Mr. Mayor, if I may, it's your choice for me to, okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was regarding the question that we're discussing now was to do with an additional policy person. Now, it's all very well talking about what's coming down from central government and not having the librarian here and what have you. The question I asked, I want answer, please, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
not the short.
I think what Simon was trying to do was give it some context. So
we don't need context, please, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, I'd like to let Simon finish what he was saying.
Very well.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the context is useful because it does, when you look at how council's responsibilities have changed over years, it has driven a lot of compliance requirements. A lot of those compliance requirements have regulations attached to them. So if you think about policies, you think about bylaws, a lot of this is put extra workload, not just on the compliance teams or the asset teams, but it's put all the workload on the policy area. We haven't been able to keep up with it. And to be honest, we have one person who is a single point of failure. And I think she does a great job, but it is demonstrated by the fact we have significantly, when I arrived, we had policies that didn't exist or that were 25 years out of date. And that's not acceptable. So in terms of mitigating risk, this is why we're saying to you, it needs to come in because we are way behind. We cannot work our staff into the ground. We have to have extra support.
Thank you. Your second question was around $10,000 in the budget.
Why is there in the budget under, allow me to look again, under customer support services, under consulting, $10,000 to assistance with policy work. What is that about, please?
I assume it is to do with support around legal, because that's normally legal, Legal, legal. So I think,
usually when you're doing your policies and your bylaws, you will require legal review. So we don't have in-house legal support. So we do tend to go out where we really need to get a verification. So I think that will be around, I don't know whether you're able to tell me, Tim.
Thank you.
But that'll be that, I suspect.
You have one more comment, Simon, and then we'll go to Ray.
With normally in an organisation that I'm used to, you would have all that under legal costs. We've been told that we've taken down legal costs, but now I've just been told by the CEO. But what we've done is we've snuck this in because it wasn't here last year or the year before. So now we've put in $10,000. Doesn't sound much, but as people have said before, it's the creep. So here's 10,000. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We'll ask staff to come
We can
back.
find out. I just don't have Chrissy here at the moment. She's had to go. So, but usually it's in that kind of support. But we can find out for you.
Thank you. That'll be good.
Yeah.
Okay, we have got Ray and then we've got Paul.
I'm speaking in support of the motion, and I don't want to refer to individual positions or personnel in any way. I can see there's a compelling argument here on the basis of compliance for this position, but I kind of a little bit agree with Colin here. I thought we had stipulated a ceiling, and I would urge you, Simon, as CE, to always look for substitutions. I mean, maybe there have been other appointments made recently that didn't need to be made. I mean, we're in a very tight situation. Yes, we need this position. Can the same be said for all other positions that are being re-advertised? Just that's kind of like a rhetorical question. I'm not looking for an answer right now.
Thank you. Councillor Reynolds, then Councillor Hingston.
Just the staff numbers. By Laguna, an answer I got 2 years, maybe no more than 3 ago, was that there were 76 staff, and it's shocking to know that now there are 95. We've heard that extra work created by government is a problem. That was reported in the paper some years ago, and by Laguna, I wrote to council saying, please give me a list of all the activities being given by government. And unfortunately, the staff emails between each other, they put me on the thread, and where they said, what on earth can we tell him? What on earth can we say? And eventually I got a letter back saying, well, Three Waters was putting some stress on them. I do know that we've had a cat bylaw inflicted on the public in the last few years. If there's time to put that, which is utterly ridiculous, I've used those two words together earlier today, because it's unenforceable unless you put the costs onto the public of chipping cats. And then you can't enforce it unless you've got enforcement officers that have access to people's houses. It should not have been installed. So if there's room in the system to bring out a bylaw for cat numbers, then I'm certainly not in favour of this. Point of order here, we're not talking, look, it wasn't a cat bylaw, it was a keeping of animals bylaw that was absolutely required at the time. There were a lot of complaints being made, and that became part of that bylaw. It wasn't a bloody cat bylaw. We're moving off I will speak and I'll exercise my right of reply after everyone else.
Thank you.
Just continue. I was referring to the elements within it that limited the number of cats people had, so time and effort had to be put into a bylaw to limit.
Okay, I mean, you know,
the system's got.
We've heard, and I'm aware too, since I've been in the role, the extra work, the extra pressures. Apart from all of that, I mean, we're so far behind with this work. It needs to be caught up with. It needs to be done. That's why I'm supporting it. Councillor Hingston, and then we'll go to Linda.
Yeah. So I'm speaking in support of it. I think the I don't like to say I've been there, done that, but when I was in the Defence Force, I was tasked with reorganising the army. I was tasked with reorganising the Defence Force at another stage. And what that was due to a constant creep in two areas: staff numbers and contractors. So typically, all the regulations, all the bureaucracy, all the requirements to comply with grow from central government. So I understand the requirement to match that with staff effort from this perspective. And what I'm encouraged by is the drop in the amount that this council has spent on contractors, outside contractors. I believe outside contractors are overrated. I believe in-house solutions are better. And I believe that local solutions are even better still if we can get there. But on the occasion, you do need full-time staff. What I would say is that this now has to do with trust and confidence that we have in our CEO. I think that's the nub of it here. And I still have trust and confidence in the CEO that he is not bringing these things to our attention frivolously or an attempt to grow his empire, but because there's a necessity to it. I would ask that the CEO sort of affirms that he's working to the principles of keeping a lid on the staff growth and keeping a lid on the additional expenses and contractors. And I would support her on the basis of that affirmation.
Linda.
I'll refer to a submission from one Mr. Graham Naylon. Part of his submission here talks about employee benefit costs and how that the numbers have grown. So in 20, and it's just reading apart from his submission on page 143, our agenda, you know, staff employee benefits have risen from 2014/15 from 4.490 million and in this annual plan to 10,246,963. And just thinking about, I know this is a one, you know, we're looking at a one role in the amongst of all of them, but thinking about how, you know, that's one of the biggest costs in our annual plan, and how are we going to keep a cap? You know, people talk about capping it and that. We don't actually have a remuneration. We don't have a remuneration policy that has a cap in terms of, you know, how many staff that we employ and how much we choose to pay them. So thinking about in the broader picture, if we continue just to add one staff member here, another one here, all of a sudden the total package, you know, blows out. Every year we know inflation, KiwiSaver, that all goes up just like anybody else's wages. But thinking about cost of living and that our ratepayers are facing on a daily basis, you know, this is a huge cost and one that we as a council have got some control on in this annual plan process. So I would just urge on, I'll be voting against the motion just simply because I think we need to look as a whole, like that's a huge cost to the ratepayers and we seem to every year it just balloons. So.
Thanks, Linda. I've got a question for clarification. Simon, if this work is not done, if we don't catch up, what are the consequences?
Well, we've tried to outline that in the report. I guess so. Council's obviously highlighted there are a number of things that we needed to review bylaw-wise. One of those was we talked about was the freedom camping, for example. But we have one person to do that, working with the subject matter experts. We can progress those policies that are woefully out of date. At the same time, this role will help ease that pressure on the staff
And I take the comments from around the table. We have seen an increase in staff costs, but that is driven partly by what you'd see as a nominal increase in salary rem each year. But a lot of it is around, like I said before, those increased workloads that we've seen and the type of staff that we're having to take on over the last 10 years are increasingly more qualified and therefore higher paid. It is very hard to recruit and retain staff on the coast. It is a lot easier in bigger centres. You just have a bigger pool and the attraction is easier. And I know these numbers are high. We do not replace staff like for like. I don't just sign up a requisition to say, yeah, this person is automatically replaced. Each position we visit and go, do we need this role? Can we do it in a different way? The other thing to point out is that we have brought a lot of contracting roles in-house, particularly in the IS area, where we traditionally required that expertise, and we've been paying eye-watering amounts for contractors to do that work. And when they leave, the IP goes with them. So what we've tried to do is reduce our costs, and the IS team have been great at stepping up, saying, "Yep, we can now do that." So yes, you will see an increase in FTE, but the alternative of that is we end up contracting out to deliver those kind of projects we've been talking about today at significant cost to ratepayers. So I can assure Councillor Hingston that yes, every role we look at really critically, and sometimes we don't renew them and we restructure or we think about doing it differently. But at the end of the day, we have a service to deliver. You do have the ability to look at budgets and say, no, it has to be within that envelope. And I can try and massage it and deliver something, but there's always going to be trade-offs.
Okay, Shane.
I'd just like to say that at that Zone 5 and 6 conference, there were councils a lot bigger than us expressing the workload that their councils are under. We are doing the same amount of work and our numbers have increased, but this is not only our council. Bigger councils than ours are struggling with the work pressure right now, and that was something that was coming out in general conversation. So I want to go back to when I was on council. We were so behind in policy and bylaw back then that this is not like a thing that's just arisen. This has been something I think that has been ongoing for ages. But I think in the current light, if it's needed, we do not want someone like Simon Bastian spending time supporting our policy and bylaw role when he has other jobs he needs to do. We pay them bigger money to do bigger stuff, and so I will support it.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion?
Right, a reply, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Hawes and then Councillor Rutherford.
Yep, I just wanted to say that I understand the conflict that goes through people's minds here. I think we're all of the opinion that we want to try and reduce the impact on rates. I mean, that was our whole focus throughout trying to get ourselves from 9% down to wherever we could lower this to. We got to a very low point. We acknowledged at that point that there were going to be was done in a very short time frame to get it out for consultation. We acknowledged that there were going to be, have to be some review of those decisions by staff that might have had unexpected consequence effects. Also want to just acknowledge the quite graphic change in expectation of local government, and we've seen that. I mean, it is absolutely monstrous the amount of extra work that's been dumped down from central government onto local government. And we've also got local government reform process that's been just dumped on us a few weeks back, a couple of weeks back, whatever. And all of that adds an extra pressure onto our staff. So that happened after we came to this decision and sent it out to. So is there any surprise that there's some pressures within the staff portfolios to try and make sure they've got capacity, that they're revisiting these things? Not in my mind. I think that would be a rational thought to have, that suddenly you've still got work as usual, we'll call it BAU, and then all of a sudden you've got extra pressures coming in to try and staff to try and work their way through what local government reform looks like for Buller District. And I think that that's a biggie for us. We've got 3 months to come up with something to go back. We still haven't heard from our community, and if they're listening out there, and definitely through the Westport News, the message will be going out there. They'll want to have input into this, and they'll have another expectation of what the council staff should be able to deliver, which is completely new. It's outside of the scope of what any of us have even thought about. The chief executive officer learnt at the same time as we did. So while I have extreme reluctance, as you all do, to increase staffing numbers, I don't accept that 95. We'll find out. Is full-time equivalents. That's up for debate. But I do accept that we have had a lot of actual work pressure dumped on us from central government in the last 3 weeks.
Okay, thank you. Phil has the right to reply.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I've just, when I moved that we accept the staff's recommendation, clearly, and in my view, this is a really important area for council. We expose ourselves to considerable amount of risk if our policies and bylaws fall out of date. And correct, Simon pointed out to us, we've got this freedom camping. Gee, that's important to everyone at this table. We've seen the number of submissions around issues around that. I get it where you are with staff numbers, but I think this is a request for a very specific role. And to Councillor Reynolds' point about cats, I can assure you that was not driven by our team, our staff. That was from members of the public. Members of our community have a huge interest in our bylaws and policies as well. And if they see a particular need, dogs, freedom camping, cats, if you like, pigs and roosters, they must be given the opportunity to feed into that. And we can only do that if we keep our bylaws and policies up to date. And I will suggest to you that a measure of how good any council is you go and have a look at their policies and bylaws. Are they up to date, or are they woefully behind? And I would suggest that that's a real measure of a good council, and I would encourage you all to take that into account when you vote. I want to see our policies and bylaws brought up to speed so we can all sit at this table knowing if we're going to challenge someone because they've got a dog running around in Victoria Square, we've got a good basis for doing so. So thank you, and vote wisely.
Thanks, Councillor. Do we have a word to give a motion then?
Take it as that.
That council authorises the chief executive to include the policy advisor role in the final annual plan 2026-2027.
I think Phil has moved it. I seconded it. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? And pause, please. Thank you. The motion's passed. Yes, Colin.
Can I please ask a question?
Sure.
It's only a question. It's just been brought up now by Councillor Webb, and she mentioned about a submission from a former councillor at Naylon. And it's my understanding that we're going to go through individual submissions to at least indicate that we have noted them. But I'm just trying to ask the question now, where are we at?
Yeah,
Please.
we're coming up to that. We've just got 2 or 3 to get through and then we're coming up to that. Okay, thanks, Don. Okay, so we're on to the next one. Okay, increased repairs and maintenance budgets. I'll just finish reading it out. Okay. Okay, okay, the purpose, what this supports, for the public's benefit too. Ongoing upkeep of council assets and facilities maintain condition, safety and service levels.
Anthony, maybe. Want to say a few words about it, Anthony?
Yep, thanks, Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this was a budget item that, I suppose when we collectively were looking at our rates review, we were at the wrong side of 10% going, what can we cut, where can we cut? And we chose to take, I think that overall budget's around $2 million, $2.25 million. And we chose to pull that down by 10%. As background, in the weeks prior to that, my team had gone through every line in that budget and already cut it. And as an ELT, we chose to cut it further, which did cause a little disturbance in the force. I suppose the consequences of this additional cut now is the risk on the levels of service that the public see across our public facilities. So it's our parks, our reserves and such like. It will likely have an impact on our contractor and the number of staff that they employ. And we've had that made very, very plain to us as well. So I suppose at the time of making that cut, we absolutely had to get the rates number down. By the time we got it to where it was, we potentially could have looked and said, actually, that wasn't a reasonable cut to make. But this is the opportunity we have to actually put that back in to keep the levels of service that we provide to our community at or about the levels that they have now.
Thanks, Anthony. Tony and then Colin.
Well, off the back of our council's values and also the community's interest in all their public spaces, it was quite high up on their as far as hearing about these spaces. I would like to move to increase repairs and maintenance budget to 225,000, which is.
Excuse me, point of order. We haven't had question time yet, please, and this is just not good enough.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, we can have a mover and a seconder and we can come back to questions and discussion.
Pardon me, Mr. I agree, but I've got a question, Mr. Mayor, and then I don't get another chance because I also want to discuss once it's been moved. So where do we sit in this, please? Can I have some direction, please?
Okay, you can ask a question for clarity anytime, which is correct.
The discussion will be separate.
And yeah. Okay, so if you want some clarification, you ask the question and then you're still open for discussion as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, you learn every day. Okay, so Tony has moved it.
I move to increase repairs and maintenance budget to 225. Sorry? By 225,000, 1% general rates.
Yeah, that would have got you into trouble, Anthony, wouldn't it? Okay, seconded by Councillor Curnow. Okay, let me go back to the list, make sure I don't get out of kilter here. So Colin first, and then
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Kingston, and then Linda.
I have a question.
Yes.
We're saying that we took out 225,000 from the R&M budget. The question that I have is, what was the budget for this for the current year, 25-26? What is the budget at the moment for 26-27 without the 225? Please.
I'll leave that to my lovely assistants in finance.
We wanted to know the budget in the annual plan at the moment for repairs overall. Yes. Oh, sorry.
I've been asked a question. So in the annual plan 25-26, we've got a figure. We've now got a figure for 26-27. And now we're being asked by staff to increase that figure in 26-27 by 225. What I want to know is what is the figure for the current year budget and what is the proposed figure in the draft annual plan for 26-27 without the 225.
Okay, start working on that now.
Right, so current year budget is 2.8 million, 2,846 to be precise. The draft annual plan without the 225,000 is 2,870. It was higher than that, obviously we cut back, so it's 2,870.
And on a year-to-date basis, how are we tracking? Are we below budget? Because we've only got 2 months to go. So are we below budget? In which case we don't need the 225 because we're within budget in the current year. I'm just asking the question, please, Mr. Mayor.
So currently we are actually not below budget on repairs and maintenance. We are looking to track on some of the lines over budget. We're currently investigating that, and in our council report up to April's results, you'll see it. Repairs and maintenance has been highlighted. So there is some concern over the next 2 months. We're currently tracking over. And if we achieve just the budget number over the next 2 months, we will end the year over on repairs and maintenance. So it is a concern currently.
Thanks, Mr. Hannah. Okay, who did I have on my list? Councillor Hinkston next.
Just a question, I'll get into discussion later. I have a question, and it's a financial one. Is there scope to ring fence this amount of money and have it put aside as a contingency should you need it, or do you need the money up front to confirm contracts and work?
So I think as Sahana's indicated, the budget's under pressure at the moment, so this money is needed to actually deliver the services. I mean, one of the things with repairs and maintenance, it also includes the unplanned breakage, vandalism, you know, all sorts of things when they go wrong. So this is a notoriously difficult budget to actually plan for because you don't know what you don't know. And that's one of the things we're investigating where we're actually at from the year-to-date point of view is what were the unknowns that have come up. So this is, in answer to your question, ring fencing it and spending it if you need it. I think at this point in time, we need to say we actually will need it. So ring fencing it will be hard. Having said that, like we said with everything else, if we don't need to spend it, we won't. If we have a very, very dry spring, summer, the mowing that we need to do is a lot less, so the costs are down. Other costs come up as a consequence, but the overall costs come down. If it's a really wet spring, summer, the mowing goes up to maintain those levels of services. So that's sort of the other uncertainty that comes up, and we're expecting a wet spring, summer.
Thanks, Anthony. Linda.
My question is, you know, we're making some financial decisions at the moment. This is looking at a 0.35% general rate increase. Where are we sitting at the moment in terms of our percentage after the current decisions that we've made? You know, what are we sitting on? Because these all
consider this one, you mean?
Yeah, because we've obviously made some decisions, last long-term plan hearings and deliberations and annual plan, we would, each decision plus or minus took the rates down. Where are we sitting? Someone must be calculating that, otherwise we could walk out here with a 15%. But
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen, but it's a good question.
We haven't been calculating it because we don't have systems that we can do it with quickly. It's a manual process, so it takes quite some time to actually work that out. And that's longer than it takes in one afternoon.
Thank you, Leslie. Supplementary, okay.
Supplementary, if I could use central government. But each time I've seen a discussion, you've had an increase by 0.1% or 0.35%. I mean, I think Linda would like, and I would like anyway, is a ballpark to say, what's the cumulative add-on to the 4.4% that we were targeting now? I mean, we've had 0.35 and 0.1, just a ballpark.
Ballpark is quite scary, but every time we add sorry, ballpark is a bit scary because every time we've been adding on, it's probably creeping to about 2% at this stage, and that excludes if we add on that stormwater project. So I'm working from the 4.36% we went on.
So
Yep. Without stormwater.
just a clarification, through our CE, do you remember this last time that we had a figure, every time we added something back in, we had a bit, am I imagining we did that?
I think we did it, but I don't know how accurate it was in time. We don't have a race modelling thing, and that's the challenge. We don't have something we can do it on the fly. Some of the figures we put in here, like those positions, because we know what the 225 is.
Yeah.
We know what those two positions we proposed to you are, so we know what those are. But I think some of the other things are a little bit uncertain because they're not fully costed. Some of those other things we don't have precise figures for them yet. So yes, we do know based on what you've got in front of you now what the figures are sitting at approximately. But some of those we're saying about 6.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Got 6 at the moment. Okay, so that was Linda. Any more questions, Paul?
The one shock that we had a budget presented to us with a 4.4% increase that included reducing repairs and maintenance when there's plenty of other room that should be there to make economies. The rate of inflation is 3.1%.
We're at question time, Paul. Do you have a question? And then we'll go on to discussion.
I'll say what
Thanks, Paul. Yes, Shane, question.
Anthony, does this include, we were told that there was 100K of repairs and maintenance taken out of the halls reserves and halls funding? Is that this 100K part of that or not? Because that was one of our concerns, that money had been removed, and that came from Brent.
Oh, that was a conversation. In the LTP last year, there was a sum of $100,000 that was moved from one account to another.
No, this was part of this, that 100K had been removed from repairs and maintenance for halls and reserves. And I just want to know if it is part of this figure.
That was yesterday, wasn't it?
No, this was like when we initially were doing this, in conversations.
Yesterday. We had that
Well, no, when we were going through the annual plan process to start with, that's when Brent said it had been removed. I just don't know whether it was put in from that time to now, or if it's still left out.
I can't be clear on exactly where or when that $100,000 went, or if it went anywhere. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, Dave, got a question?
Just a question. So for point of clarification, then what does this this sum of money, this 10% reduction, which is more than 10% now because it now is 2.8 million instead of 2.25 million. And so 225K, what does this relate to, Anthony, please?
So this was an across the board random cut. The individual line items had already been dealt to. It was, can we reduce this by another 10% odd? And it was never sheeted home to any particular line. But the thought process at the time was, can we make a $200,000 saving out of this budget? With the details to be worked through once everything was set. So there wasn't a detail around it.
Okay, so supplementary to that then would be, does the halls repairs and maintenance halls budget sit under this portfolio?
This is the wider repairs and maintenance budget for all infrastructure assets. So yes.
Yes, it does. And so therefore, this would affect that particular budget by 10%, assuming there's been no other decisions on reduction made in recent times we're not aware of.
It would be a reduction, it's a reduction across the board. There was no specific line, but if you just said it was general across every line in the repairs and maintenance, then yes, you'd be correct.
And then following on from that, then the decision yesterday by this group to lift the budget available for campgrounds from $100,000 to $250,000, bearing in mind that we had a one-off cost around toilet replacement at Sedenville. That is a different decision.
That's a different decision because that's a capital item, whereas this is an operation, right?
Thank you.
Great. No, that was what we discussed yesterday, wasn't it? Have you got another question, Colin? One more? Okay, so discussion, we'll go to Paul and then to Colin.
It's just that last year there was a budget set. Obviously, money came in from the ratepayers. And this year when the budget was set, it was said to be insufficient. We can imagine there's more needed because we have a rate of inflation. This council moved to a 40% hike on the rate of inflation from 3.1 to 4.4%. And within that, they've cut back on repairs and maintenance, which shouldn't happen because there's other areas that should be able to cut down. So when I look at what was spent last year, we had $750,000 spent on investigating bags or bins. We're not going to repeat that exercise. So that's $750,000 that won't be spent again. There should be some free money in there to avoid increasing the rates by $750,000. We've lost a lot of money on the dredge, at least $500,000 per year. We won't be repeating that in the coming year. That's another $500,000 that should be free. So if we had to cut back on repair and maintenance, where has all this free money that's freed up, where is it going to be spent? Because to cut back on repair and maintenance is critical, should not happen. So there's some areas there that should have been cut back first. There's other savings that could be made. And this may come into our thinking as a council that there are areas of expenditure that the last council made, like membership of local government. New Zealand isn't something that's once one council joins it, it happens thereafter without being reconsidered. It's an annual subscription, and this council should make a decision whether it wants to keep paying that or not. Okay? I don't see that it provides any benefit to ratepayers, and I certainly wouldn't support paying it again. So there's another saving, but it's not presented in the budget in a way that I can read and take figures out, because the draft annual plan was butchered by graphics that stopped me using software to extract the text to compare it with the long-term plan and past annual plans to look for the differences in expenditure. And new areas of expenditure might come in to make comparisons. So I'm not, I object to the fact that repairs and maintenance has been rejected. Savings should be made in other areas, and I'll certainly be not voting to support it. Thank you.
A point of clarification for me, the points that Councillor Reynolds raised in terms of the money for the rubbish exercise, and also the money for the dredge. Where did that money come from that has been effectively spent? I know the dredge is ring fenced, for want of another way of putting it. So let's just concentrate on the rubbish, $750,000.
So that was in the budget for those previous, it was a multiple year project, so it was in the budget for those previous years. So that came out of that budget, and I suppose monies that we don't need to spend were one of the reasons why we could get the number down to around the 4% mark in the first place. And this is reviewing some of those decisions and going, should we reverse those and bring that money back in? So, you know, there isn't a $750,000 to spend on analysing the waste contract. There's a little bit more money to spend on that before we bring it to council, but that's done. So therefore that money's not in the budget. So therefore that allocation is gone. So therefore it's not in the rating.
And the bridge?
Yeah, so the same, yes.
Who have we got next? Colin.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a comment now to the motion.
Yep.
A former councillor by the name of Councillor Nailon, when the push was coming to shove, the term was used, cut your cloth fit. Now, I hear what Councillor Reynolds is saying about R&M being pulled out and or reduced, and that maybe there's areas elsewhere. We've commented on areas such as rubbish and the although Mr. Mayor, you mentioned about the dredge, port and dredge being ring fenced, it's common knowledge that the ratepayer has been paying for that because the ring fencing didn't cover the outgoings. So that's what's by the way. Cutting a cloth to fit, that's one thing. Two, when I've been involved with budgets, and I can assure you, Mr. Mayor, I've been involved with a number of budgets. And one thing I noted, and I heard for the first time when I was with Solid Energy down here in Palmerston Street, CEO came over, spoke to me, pulled me aside and said, how much is your sandbagging? And I haven't heard that term before. So that night I went home and looked at sandbagging. And basically it's, how much fat have you got in your budget? That's another way of putting it. Okay. Now I'm going to say to you, Mr. Mayor, that as much as I disagree with the fact that we've taken out 225 or whatever the figure is for R&M, I'm going to vote against it, Mr. Mayor, because we can always seem to find money elsewhere to do things. I'm going to say to you, $28 million, $16 million on my code of conduct, legal fees. Where'd that come from? Anyway, all I'm going to say is I disagree with the fact that we're looking with the. I've got 5 minutes. I disagree with the 225 coming out, but cut your cloth accordingly. It's not coming back in as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you. Councillor Ruff.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I won't be supporting it either. But mine is on the basis that well done to the team. They presented us with numbers that showed a 4.4% increase Our community have been given that expectation. And I feel strongly that if we now go loading it up willy-nilly, which might sound strange because I've just supported a small, relatively small change. This one is significantly larger. You know, really, what are we telling our community? We don't know what we're doing at all, and just we're plucking a number out of the air, and we're consulting on that, and but we're not going to stick to it. So we're just going to go hell for leather and increase it wherever we like. And I know, you know, all due respect to our team, I know that's not the position they're coming from, but I think you know, we've decided on this figure that when for the draft, and I feel that we should stick as closely to that as we can, given that we know some changes are perhaps more significant than others.
Thanks for that. Councillor Hingston, and then Shah.
Yeah, thanks. Not sure if I'm going to speak in favour or against the motion. I'm sort of a swing voter, I guess. I thoroughly endorse what Colin said about the previous councillor Nayland about cutting the cloth. But in cutting the cloth, we have to be fair and equitable. And to be frank, I see that there was a number of projects that we've approved to date, and all those had an incremental effect on either the rates increase or the capital draw, which we pay for anyway, either by loaning it or other means. So just saying it's coming out of capital, not operating, is sort of a little bit misleading. So I agree, let's cut our cloth. Let's make sure that if we're going to spread the joy and we're going to spread the love, that we've got to spread the pain and the cutbacks. So that would be my sort of approach, is it fair and equitable that we deny this increase to the budget when they openly admitted a mistake, and at the same time grant payment for the other things we've approved? I'm not making a judgment on them. I'm just asking people to reflect on whether it's fair and equitable, because there will be pain. I mean, Anthony is not lying to us when he says there's a cost down track. There will be pain, there will be cutbacks, there will be impacts, and I think he's articulated them quite well. Are we prepared for those cutbacks and those impacts? And if we're not, then we should approve the request. If we are prepared to suffer the pain, which is probably going to impact across areas that we don't even foresee at this stage, we just need to be prepared to be responsible for that and front up to our ratepayers and explain why.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, we're going to go to Shane and then to Ray.
I think this shows a flaw in our process, and I'd like to say that next year, well, it's long-term plan time, but we would have been better off seeing the bottom line first, and then with what the pluses were, and then being able to go through them in the beginning of our process. And this shows the flooring of the process, that we get to here, we go out with this figure, then this comes to us, and we asked for stuff to come back to us from the staff, but what it highlights is it's the wrong way around. You know, we're saying it's an average 4%, but in the Westwood and the wider area, we're looking at 10 to 12%, takes it up to 14%. So I can't add this on right now. It goes against everything in my body. I know that it's probably needed, but actually I think that we're just going to have to see some uncut verges and some stuff not done. And if it comes back to even holes and reserves right now, I honestly, I just can't load any more onto those who are paying the highest % increase, which is probably the bulk of our ratepayers, because it is Westport, the wider area, and probably Reefton as well, because I think theirs was around 7%. So I'm sorry, I can't support it.
Okay, thanks, Shane. Ray?
Well, I'm going to exercise my speaking rights as the seconder in favour of the motion, but look, it has been, I can see the writing on the wall, by the way. It's been a very useful, interesting discussion. I just want to make the point that repairs and maintenance needs don't go away. And yes, we haven't got our processes right this time, but these issues will come back. And the thing about repairs and maintenance, if you don't do it when it's required, it ends up being more expensive. So there's something here that may well come back to bite us, but I accept that we need to look really closely at our processes. I will say that you take the long-term view of Westport, Bulla, and maybe the other constituent bodies that form the Bulla district, we have long-standing problems around issues from decades, even generations ago, that were kicked down the road. And I never wanted to come onto this council and be another one of those councillors who continually kick things down the road. So, my two cents.
Just for clarification, I'm picking up on a point I think Dave Hingston made, and whether it's capital or whether it's OPEX, we approved yesterday $150,000 for a toilet at Semple, and I'm wondering, what are our priorities? Is it repairs and maintenance where this number's sitting, or is it building a toilet block at Semple? I just, as Colin would say, leave it there. Dave Walls.
Yeah, well, that's great. Thanks, team. Looking around the table, everybody's, you know, I mean, it's already a thing that I've got two hands with 5 balls in the air. And I'm trying to process as each of you are speaking, because you're all really quite right. So I'm going to put an alternative viewpoint. So I'll step aside from that and just say, righto, well, as a person that, you know, little old bored dumb bloke from up Soldiers Road, is to quote an ex-councillor that used to use it, but he was a farmer. You know, this isn't exactly repairs and maintenance in the classical sense of painting your house or replacing the roof necessarily. There's a raft of things. You know, we talked about mowing verges that may not get mowed. There's choice. So there's choice within that budget to say, right, well, this is the important stuff. This is the next important stuff. This is the next important stuff. And if that doesn't get done, well, it doesn't really matter. And it doesn't really matter because this is a year's budget. If you suddenly decide that there's things out there that are deteriorating and the public kicks up Bobsy die, it's a level of service that comes back and gets another revisit. So does it matter if we don't mow all the verges for a year? I don't know. You know, does it matter if we encourage some farmer to come and run his sheep around and just eat them off? There's other alternatives. I mean, that's being, you know, ridiculous just to illustrate the point. So my view is, and I'm going to vote that we don't increase this, because I agree with Deputy Mayor Shane that, you know, it's only, it's a year's decision. We've had some extreme events happen that are putting extra pressure on our ratepayers. You know, we know that that's impacting council as well, but they've allowed somewhat for that. So, no, I can't agree. I'm sorry.
Okay, Tony.
Just the right to reply, so I move this. Right, so over the last few years, we've been building an asset management policy. They've gone and turned over every rock and it's gone, holy moly, there's so much to fix up because they're so far behind in all their maintenance for, and here it says the ongoing upkeep of council assets and facilities to maintain condition, safety and service levels, right? So they're already, and I'm sure we will see as the asset management, when the asset management policy comes out, just how much we need to catch up on. So it's been left way behind. And you know, you can even, again, mention that word safety. I'm sure there's a lot of safety issues out there that we aren't actually meeting because things aren't maintained, fixed, overlooked because of budgets. So yeah, I suppose we'll just put it to the test and stick it to the vote and see who is in favour of it.
I think it's time to do that. Could you read out the,
That council authorises the chief executive to reinstate $225,000 to the repairs and maintenance budget line in the final annual plan 2026-2027.
all those in favour? Against?
And record, please.
Okay, is there any further discussion required on that? Okay, so we're moving on now. Find it. Let's see. Okay, thanks for that. Okay, reinstate information management support officer role. Budget change $70,000, 0.35% general rates. Let me just read out the purpose and what it's supporting: specialist information and records management, capacity to meet statutory and audit requirements. Audits are something close to our heart.
I can
Any
comment.
questions, comments?
Yep, just before we throw it open, this is one of those areas that's always in the back, and it's not that visible, but we do struggle with our records. It is hard to meet our statutory obligations under the PRA and Lagoima. We have one person who does this. We've got a lot of paper records. They are sitting in our various repositories, some in the garage, some in offices. Council just generates a lot of stuff, and actually accessing that information is not just a nice thing to have, it's a statutory obligation, so we're at risk. So what we're highlighting here is, can we augment the current IM role that we have, which deals with the electronic information management aspects, but also dealing with some of the legacy things that we have. Understanding this is a big ask. It is $70,000, but it is something that just mitigates that risk that we currently have.
Thank you. Questions for Simon? Paul?
The reinstate means the position was once filled. So why was it this established would be the first question.
So which part are you referring to? The
Reinstate the information management support officer.
Oh, okay. So we had it in the budget, but we took it out in order, as we said before, to meet that level that council set that they wanted to get to reduce the rates increase. So we took it out on that basis, but given some of the things we've talked about, and there were a number of things we took out, but this is one thing along with the other role we thought were worth putting back in because they were higher priorities, but understand that it is still $70,000.
So do I take it that it's not reinstating a position, it's creating a new one?
It is reinstating the 70K into the budget, which was in there prior to taking it out. It's not a person currently. It is not an existing role. So we did have it in this upcoming budget, but we took it out. So the ask is whether we put it back in.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Langston.
I'm assuming this is a full-time equivalent sort of position. There's no opportunity for part-time or other options.
my understanding, I can't remember, I think it is I think it was a 40-hour-a-week role. Yeah, this sits within, the IT area, but yeah, it is. I mean, it could be less, if council wanted to do 0.5 role, that's better than nothing, I guess. Leslie, I don't know whether you want to comment further.
Well, it's better than nothing, but with the amount of information, as you've already mentioned, and it's not in a very good state, we're just not going to get anywhere.
Yeah.
And it's about digitising as well and making things more efficient.
But just for clarification, again, Simon, this is an area that has got behind and putting at risk document storage, retrieval, that type of thing, is it?
I mean, probably Leslie can comment further. I don't think it's near the Scott behind. I just think that we've never, ever been on top of it. And I think it's one of those areas that a lot of councils just, it gets neglected. We just create a whole lot of information, accessing things through Lagoima, increasing Lagoima requests, being able to pull out information for the formal things like limbs, but also all the other information that we just need on hand. And it is very hard to locate information, especially in a digital format now, which is scattered across different systems. And as Leslie said, we do have a lot of legacy paper that needs scanning. We want to get to a point where ideally you could order your limb online, you could press a button and it just pops out. We're nowhere near that because we then have to go back and dig back through paper records, digitize them, and then provide it in a limb. And that just takes a lot of time and a lot of cost. So this all helps towards meeting a level of service for our community, but also mitigating risk in terms of the Public Records Act.
Thanks for that, Linda.
So over the years, we have approved a budget to do that, digitise, there's a work stream of work. Is that not captured in that? That obviously we've already thrown a whole lot of money towards that. Once that's finished, would that not capture this?
No, it doesn't capture, it's a separate role. The digitisation project is mainly around property files, so getting those digitised externally.
Did that not encompass last time we talked about that then it was like you talked about the systems integrating, that was part of that project we've already budgeted for?
No, this is a different one.
I think
this
that
is
was
about, the digitisation project is about hard copy records and digitising them, and it's mainly around the property files because they have to be kept in perpetuity. Whereas this role is around all information. Okay. So it's digitising what we have internally, finding out where it is, actually creating an inventory because we don't know what we've got. So it's a totally different thing, and it's totally different to a finance.
Just a point of clarification. Why don't we know what we've got?
Because it's all over the place. We've got it spread around the building. We've got different systems it might be in, legacy systems. So it's very difficult to know where something is, especially when we're tracking it down to things like Lagoimas. So, and any legal reasons we need to find that information. Probably nowhere.
It's a position that we've always been in terms of just not being able to. I mean, it does present risk. And just to kind of track down legal advice, for example, it is, we request legal advice over the years. It's very hard to find it. One of my KPIs, apparently some work was done. We cannot find that document. It is, we have had people searching, and quite often, like, we need to find a resolution from council from a number of years ago. And we send Bronwyn off into the archive to dig around, and it takes her hours. It is just one of those things we just need to modernise. And yes, there is a program. And to Linda's point, yeah, we've done digitisation, but this is a really big piece of work that we're kind of exposed to. We've got one person doing it, and this was the idea of just augmenting that to try and chip away a bit quicker. But you could pour a lot of resource into this, and it would still take a long time. It's a huge mountain. But what we're saying here is, can we have just this resource to help basically double what we've currently got in terms of actually addressing this?
Yeah, and as you say, this person that we currently have as well is also having to write policy.
Yeah.
So the actual digitisation or finding and inventorying or whatever information is kind of aside from that. So she can't do everything.
So, we'll be talking about time consuming. We're talking about money.
Yeah.
Correct. Go forward.
Again, you know, another one that's going to be a wrestling match. Again, this problem's existed for, you know, forever. We're talking about, you know, the priority is that we're setting. I mean, we haven't discussed whether this is a priority. It hasn't come as a paper to council to say that this is really in a disastrous state and this is the cost and effect. It hasn't analysed whether the magnitude of the job, it hasn't analysed the time frame that it's going to be at. Effectively, it is a temporary role because it's going to have a start point and a finite end point. You know, it might be infinite end point, but so in actual fact, I question why. I mean, I understand the chief executive's identified a need, but I would have liked to have seen more input to council to try and, you know, to do the background on this. Otherwise, to me, I've been here now for how many thousand years?
15, I think.
15,000 years. Thanks, Chris.
Years.
Yeah, people are sick of me, and that's fair enough. But in that time, this has been raised so many times. We understood that this process was in place, and that was under Paul Wiley's time. That wasn't even Sharon Mason's time. So, you know, I'm against just because this is being asked for sucking something out of my thumb, and I can't do it.
Thanks, Dave. Colin.
Just a clarification for a moment, please, Mr. Mayor. Are we now in discussion or question time? I just heard
No, we haven't. Nobody's moved it
I
yet.
just heard well, it wasn't a question, it was discussion, so I just want clarification, please.
Oh, sorry, Colin, I meant to add at the end of that, I move that we don't approve this.
That we do not approve it.
And to shorten the process, I won't speak to it.
Okay.
I think can I just ask, once again, I'm a bit confused. The motion was from staff, the request from staff is to fill the position. So now we've got a motion saying, do not fill the position. Do not, it was never reinstated anyway, but to reinstate in the budget.
Yeah.
Okay, so what am I going to be talking to, please? Not to reinstate.
Correct.
Okay, if I may, just for a bit of clarification, it's just been for discussion. 2131 annual plan consultation topic was information management. 2131, 10 years. We're still in that, if you like, within that, even though we've now completed a new long-term plan. Okay, option one was considered and it was accepted. Okay, so in that budget, there was a total implementation cost of 542,000. There were ongoing operational costs of 2125. That's over 10 years. So it's $212, $200,000 each year. that is in the budget, okay? We then employed somebody and she has done a very, very good job, I might add, and she came from archives. So we were all made aware of the PRA, the public, publications, something act, I can't remember what it's called. It's all part of the archives, okay? So we've had this lady working, as she has been doing, working through, and we've had a budget. We were getting updates for a while, up until about 2 years ago, then it just went off the radar. So for all intents and purposes, we were told up to 2 years ago, everything was going to plan. I've just heard from the CEO that legal advice and all that sort of stuff that we've received. So we've been in email now. We've been using email for quite a number of years now. So obviously some of these leguimas must be going back to about 1996 or something like that. Remember, of course, emails came in the year two, or in the new millennium. Okay, became a matter of life. We never had internal memos and letters and that sort of stuff. So just want to put that on there. I've got 5 minutes, sorry, Mr. Mayor. All I'm trying to say is, at the moment, we have the capability there, is my understanding. But now, after 2 or 3 years of budgeting, we're now being told, oh, we're falling behind. Why hasn't this been brought up 2 years ago? Why is it being brought up now? All I'm saying, Mr. Mayor, is that the 21-31 annual plan, and it's still in the budget, is that we've got $200,000 there. We've got a permanent employee who is very, very good at her job. I understand she works from the garage, and she is doing an excellent job. And also, the news had photographs of tons, cartons and cartons of property files being sent to Christchurch, 1 for storage for safety, 2 for digitising. And then the following year, digitising was originally going to be on request, and then it became part and parcel, and we were going to digitise, go back to the agendas, we'll digitise everything in terms of the property records. In the meantime, we saw photos of your internal, what do you call it, archives room and all that sort of stuff, like a library. Everything was all numbered and all that sort of stuff. And now I'm being told, Mr. Mayor, that we want another 75,000 for another staff member, because we can't find these files. Well, I'm sorry to say, Mr. Mayor, the money is in the budget. It's never been taken out. So I'm voting against it. So therefore, sorry, I'm voting for the revised. Sorry.
So for clarity, because I haven't been here as long, obviously, as what you've got. So that money Colin's talking about, Simon, $225,000. Is that money in the budget? What's it been spent on? And is this additional, I guess, to that? That was the digitization.
It's for digitisation.
Yeah,
Yeah, for staffing.
Sorry, that digitization.
How is it? It's not operating.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. Yeah, thanks. I'll be brief. I'll be supporting the motion. Councillor Hawes, absolutely concur with what he said. I first came onto council in 2013. We put funding aside at that time for this very thing. If it's still an issue, then I would suggest that one further year is not going to make any difference to it. But I will also pick up on something that Leslie mentioned just before, and I'm pretty sure this is what I heard from you, Leslie, that there's a lot of pressure on a person in particular because this person also writes policy. Well, hello, we have just given that person some assistance through an earlier resolution. So I will be voting for the resolution that's on the table.
Okay, from my point of view, I'll be voting against areas such as this. If they're not kept up to date, it becomes a runaway train. And I've seen it happen time and time again. So if we don't get on top of this, and the position might be in place for a year, 2 years, I don't know. But if we don't get on top of it, we're going to be dealing with a larger problem down the track. Oh, and then Dave.
I'll certainly be supporting councillor Hall's motion. The thing that disgusts me most is that this motion and the previous two came before this council. This council spent a lot of money going out and consulting with its ratepayers. It produced an over-glossy, over-expensive document to do so. We've consulted, we've heard from them, and at the last gasp here at this table, we get presented with 3 areas of expenditure from staff that tell us, oh yes, you've only got a 4.4% rate rise, but if you don't give us 2 more staff, you're not going to get all these jobs done. And by the way, your parks and reserves are not going to get this maintenance. That should not have come to this table. The public deserved the right to be able to consult on those 3 things. It should have been in the consultation document. And in future, I'd like to think that every time they come up, you can basically call it a, well, it's from staff, but it's not signed by anyone in particular. And we've got a role here that we get a consult from someone that's anonymous. Well, I can presume that this isn't agreed to by all the staff, because some of them are on low wages as well, and they won't agree with more staff going on to increase our staff to 95, is it? When Kaikoura has less than half that number, and presumably do all the things that this district does. I'm very, very mindful that my role here is to protect the ratepayer, and I will ensure that this council, as far as I can, will cut its cloak according to the ratepayer's cloth.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Dave.
Yeah, thanks, and I acknowledge the sentiment, so I'm probably gonna run against the current, and I'll vote against the motion. But it's a close run call. I think we are going to feel the need of these individuals, and I think we will fall behind on the Lagoimas. So, and Paul, I take your points, as I do the others. I don't know that I'd like to put staffing levels and appointments out to public consultation. I don't think that's a good way of doing business at all. That's our job. But increasing the other areas, yeah, public consultation. So I think we keep staffing to us. That's our role and function. I wouldn't start referring to Kaikoura as a success, because quite frankly, I haven't seen any evidence. What I've seen evidence of is everybody is struggling, and with the staffing levels and with the amount of regulatory requirements, compliance, everything coming from upstairs, I could use that term. And, you know, I've heard many councillors here complain about the lack of response to Lagoimas. And you know what? I don't think that's going to improve if we don't undertake this activity. That said, I am a bit dismayed that it's a bit late in the piece to be considering this, and I would have liked to see it come up earlier and be notified earlier. And so I am anticipating that the motion on the table is going to be approved, but I will be voting against it. But I would encourage staff to come back and report back to us as to the effects of our decision.
It's not predetermined, the decision.
Okay.
But I take your point, Shane's next, Dave. Shane, and then.
Oh,
We're live,
I think, I just want to state we need to be fair on staff, because actually, when they submitted the 4% rate increase to us, they said there was risk. what we asked them to do was to come back at this stage with what was some of the greatest risk and to put that in there. That was asked of staff to bring back some of those things, which they've done. Did not realise that that was like 200,000 of repairs and maintenance. But once again, it just shows the process is wrong. That's all I'm saying. I think that we did ask staff to come back when they noted there was risk and you know, if there was something that they felt should be re-put in there, to come back to us with it. But this at this late stage is not the way to do this. So it's frustrating to get to here and feel like we're making decisions around stuff that is going to affect how staff can be formed going forward. This is what we should get at the start of this process and be making informed decisions at the start. So, that's my only comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know I've already had my discussion and I thank you for this. In terms of what staff have done, I'm very, very thankful, and I don't want anybody over here to think otherwise. We asked for a trimmed down budget, and the budget was trimmed down, but there was some associated risks. Our staff could have kept these three items that we're talking about now in the budget, and we would not even know about it. Do I make myself quite clear? We wouldn't know about it. But staff have been willing to put this into the agenda so we can discuss it. All right. Now, I know there's been a lot of discussion about it, Mr. Mayor, but in fairness to the staff, it could have been buried like I have done in the past, I might add, as a budget accountant, and you wouldn't know any different. So on behalf of myself, thanks guys for the effort you've done, because I really appreciate it, through the chair, sorry, but we're now discussing it, but I'm very, very happy that they've brought these items up. Thank you, Colin.
Linda.
I just wanted to talk to one of that point about that ratepayers shouldn't decide staffing. Well, given that it's the biggest cost in our budget, you know, when we consult in the annual plan, that is one of the figures that goes out. So what I'm saying is when this draft annual plan went out, people looked at those figures and they either decided whether they were comfortable with that, whether they wanted to submit against it or for it. So the fact that this has come back to the council table, that the public haven't had a chance to actually say whether they're okay with us increasing staff or not, because it wasn't in that initial draft. So I agree with Deputy Mayor Barry saying, you know, like this is the wrong sort of process, and I agree with your point, Councillor Reedy, that it could have been buried in there. So yes, I don't agree that, you know, particular public should decide whether to hire or fire, but the overall staff budget, you know, that is a figure that goes out there for consultation, and we've had the figure and now we're looking at increasing it. So yeah, I'll be voting for this motion to again. Yeah.
Okay, Caitlin, if you would read out motion again, please.
That council does not authorise the chief executive to include the information management officer role in the final annual plan 2026-2027.
That has been moved by
Councillor Hawes.
Seconded by
Councillor Webb.
Any right of reply? Have you had your right of reply?
No.
I've got to give me most to try.
Yeah, good on you. Look, that's fine. There's been some really good points made. Definitely, I acknowledge Councillor Colin Reedy. A great point, yes. And do I agree with you? Yes. Thanks, staff, for coming to the party. But then I just want to point out to everybody why that occurred. And why that occurred was 2 points. One, that it transgressed what we'd gone out with an LTP. And then on top of that, it was in recognition of the pressures that our ratepayer population, and that's not across the board, that's the most affected people in our ratepayer base. And staff acknowledged that and stepped up to the plate too, because they are ratepayers as well. on the majority. So in good faith, they supported other ratepayers and went through this process. But what I question now is that while these pressures are particularly intense at the moment, as we know, with all fuel stocks and we haven't seen the actual effects of those things reach the ground yet. I mean, the supply chain disruption has not triggered off those price rises at that end of the chains. That's still yet to come. So we've still got the vast hit, much bigger hit than fuel costs themselves, direct fuel costs. We've got the supply chain costs coming in now that are going to impact us. And so I think it's absolutely imperative that this council sticks to what we went out and consulted as best we possibly can to make sure that we deliver for the ratepayers 1 year at least. You've got a chance to review these policies and have better information next year. It's given us a base to work from, and I think that we've gone out and we've recognised the stresses in the community for 1 year. And it's the same argument around what I said about the grass. It grows for the year. At the end of the year, it's still there. One other point that I'd like to raise around staffing levels, and that, you know, I don't know what they are. I don't think that they're 95 full-time staff equivalents. I imagine in the 70s. I'm pretty sure that was the last time I checked the figures. Full-time staff equivalents being the number of staff that make up full-time positions of 8-hour days. So remember that when you check these figures. The other problem with increasing staff is that we've been bursting at the seams now at Braham House for a number of years. We've put off. There was rebuilds on within the LTP since 2010. We've had this thing. We've heard that the current staff member working on this digitisation is working out of the garage. So, and you talk about staff pressures and everything else, you've still got to manage staff well-being and how they work. You increase staff, you add another factor into this, and that's the pressure of the workplace and how they fit in and where we manage those. And we haven't even addressed those issues in terms of infrastructure spend on accommodation. So just that.
Okay, thank you. I think we've had plenty of discussion on that. So the motion is on the table. So call a vote. All those in favour of the motion, which is declining. All those in favour?
Hang on, so all those in favour of not authorising this role? Yeah.
Okay, those against?
Motion is carried.
Okay. Where are we at? Individual submissions. It's 20 to 5 now. So I'm going to ask if there are any individual submissions that councillors wish to address. With a reminder, courtesy of Caitlin, thank you, that we've had these submissions for over a week. And it's our responsibility to have done due diligence as elected members to read and consider every submission. So is there anything anybody wants to address individually? Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at one here and I'm sure there'll be a number of others as we work through them, but the earliest one I've come across is Jessie Creedmoor, and she has some general comments that I'm sure you've all read, and she does talk to the way that we rate for undeveloped property, and I think it merits a discussion at this table. So yeah.
Okay. 17.
Page 66 in the agenda papers.
Okay, so that's Phil. Why don't we just go around the table and see how many we've got to. Yeah. Are we going to go through them one by one?
That's entirely up.
Well, that's, okay, we can either go through them one by one, we'll ask the question again, or by exception which is, just the question, that I asked earlier on. So we've got Phil's brought one up. We want to go through one by one. Show of hands. We want to go through these one by one or by exception. Okay, by exception, hands up. One by one. One by one's got it. Okay, so we'll start off with, make sure I've got on the right page. Well, number 17, is it? Okay, would you like to kick that off? See you later.
So I had a question around what councillor Rutherford has brought up.
Get on. Okay. Sorry, Linda, I cut you off.
No, that's right. So councillor Rutherford has brought up about the subdivision thing. So is there a blanket policy over that? They talk about, you know, if you subdivide a whole lot of sections and then they're not occupied, you're getting you're getting targeted rated. Is that right, Phil? Yeah, for those sections. So you're basically paying the water, the sewage, the recycling, everything for those, you know. What's the policy around that? And yeah. Yeah, I think it's hard.
It's in the funding impact statement, the rating statement. That's the policy that's in the LTP. Yeah, apart there's 3 areas that don't have it, and that's Westport.
So the sentence in there, council does not have a policy that discounts the uniform charges for these sorts of situations. So I know we get half for the targeted rates. Separate, yeah. Yeah.
If it's contiguous, there's only one UAGC. You only pay for one of the properties.
Yeah, okay.
And that, you don't need a policy on that, because that's in the act.
Okay.
One comment on that, the way it used to be done, I'm referring to a Bill Bennett subdivision at Carter's Beach back in County Council days. They only became rateable once they were sold. Right, so if there's 6 sections, one sold, that becomes rateable and water and rubbish. But I'm not too sure how that was done. Whether the subdivider can control that by only, so you've got an approved plan, you've got it's been subdivided, but the titles aren't issued. So perhaps when it's sold, they get an issued title, then it comes on the council records as new property they can rate on. So maybe it can be the subdivider themselves that can control their own outgoings of cash by not getting the titles issued until they've got a confirm the sale. Just saying, I don't know, just putting that in for heads up.
Okay.
It's a rating issue for a rates review. That would be my view. I don't think it's something we make on ad hoc. It sets precedents.
Okay, thank you.
So I raise it, obviously. So look, as long as the response to this matter explains that, and if there is a current policy that is the cause of this rate, then it'll be pointed out to the person.
Thank you. Shane?
Mention too, Jesse's comments, which I think are quite pertinent around, reduced repairs and maintenance as false economy. Something that we've just voted on, and she has said that she'd like to encourage council to quantify the deferred maintenance backlog and report it openly each year, so the true cost of the 4.4% is visible. And I just think that actually, we have just reduced our repairs and maintenance, and it would be good to understand the repercussions of that in some way, and whether that's some form of detail around backlog would be useful to us, so that we are making an informed decision early next year on the effect of if we do that.
Great, thank you, Tony.
I just got tail end of that year, the asset management will show a lot of that as well. And I think we're going to be quite shocked, the state and the bill that is going to be coming out of that, because Brent has told us time and time again, he's just wetting the amount of repairs and maintenance that needs to be caught up on, especially around, with Dave Hawes, around health and safety as well, and getting things up at parks and power outlets and like everything is, it's going to be a huge cost.
Right.
Yeah, sorry, I agree with Deputy Mayor. I'd like to see that extended, basically, not just repairs and maintenance, but to everything that we've turned down the application for, like the staff salaries, like those other things, is track what risk we are now realising. Because they stated there was risk with each one, and I'd like to see it, all of the risks tracked, repairs and maintenance and staff that we just voted not to appoint, etc. Yeah, absolutely.
I disagree. I think it's a detail when it comes to the staffing thing, but on the repairs and maintenance, then I would agree with that. No, we'll probably need another staff member to. Okay, the next one, number 19, from Alana Bachelor. And from my reading of that's in support for the stormwater system.
There's no comment.
Yep, and no comment there, so we can move on. James, number 23, James Rickard, and that is to provide toilets at the Hector Freedom Campsite. I think we've just discussed that. Okay, Joanne Howard, again, that is agreeing in terms of the stormwater project. But there's a comment there, Shane, from Joe in terms of community grants you might like to speak to.
No, look, it's
Okay, cool. Okay, number 46, Debbie George. Again, this is a Hector toilet issue, which we've covered. What about this? Sorry?
The read sheet.
Okay, I've got it right, Caitlin, carry on. Okay, so we're up to Debbie George, that was about the toilet, we covered that. Wendy Barrel, widening, we've talked about that, that was widening of the Tiphead Road, Colin.
So quick on there, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, guys. Mr. Mayor, just number 28 on the red sheet.
Yeah.
Sharon Kimber, did we make mention of it?
It's to
do with toilets, but
okay, sorry, I did miss that.
No, that's okay.
Thanks for that. So yep, we have covered that off as well. Yep, thanks for pointing that out. Okay, turnover number 50. That's the support of this stormwater. Okay. Anybody want to discuss anything about that? Thanks, Shane. Yep. Okay, the next one we've got is, oh, sorry, Colin, I missed you again.
Just regarding Barbara Clark, number 50, she's got some other thoughts there, future annual plan documents that would be good to show. I just want to see whether or not there's any support for that. She's put it on there, costs of complying, costs of unfunded and so on. So are there any thoughts about that moving forward?
Dave, you the end up.
Yeah, I think it would be a good idea, but I don't know that we have the staffing levels for it, sorry.
Okay. No more comments, Phil?
Yeah, well, look, I think it would be a good idea, but I don't, it would be such a hard thing to quantify. I'm sure Simon would have thoughts on that. Complying with current central government mandates, that's more or less our entire business. So, really speaking, it would be great, but I don't know how it could be reasonably done. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, number 57, Eric de Boer. Again, that's in support of stormwater. Benefit of green waste. Encourage council to consider continuing. I don't think we need to discuss that unless we're not going to continue. Any discussion? Okay, thank you. Number 60, Federated Farmers. I think we've covered that, haven't we? Okay. Sorry, Tony. Okay, good point. Tony?
Sorry, I was going to track back to, the number 57, Eric de Boer. I just want to put the Anthony, is that, I haven't been to the dump for a while, is that green waste still continuing?
So collection of green waste is continuing. We're reviewing exactly how we are processing what we've identified, and this will come as an information paper at some point. The disposal option of the biosolids being mixed with compost.
Yeah.
It contains some persistent chemicals that make it unsuitable for disposal. In particular, our main disposal option was likely to be at the mines, and in their fast track, they're not able to accept it.
No.
So we're looking at other options for that, which we will have. Green waste continue to be accepted.
Okay.
And the free trial is the thing that will probably change to cost recovery through the contract.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Paul?
Whereas they say free, it's free to the public directly, but not indirectly. So right, we pay $100,000 for the. Is there $100,000 to see in a budget somewhere to process it?
There is a cost to process it. Yes, I can't pull the number, but yes, that's free to drop off, but it's not free.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification there, I believe the 100, I think it might have been 150. Happy to be corrected through the chair. 150 apps to talk about the bio waste and the relationship with the wastewater plant. If I can be corrected on that, that's what you're referring to, Councillor. And that is what you're responding to, about 100 to 150, which is not necessarily to do with the green waste per se. But what I'm hearing is that green waste we may still be charged for later. But my understanding was with the green waste, it's being utilised by West Reef for as compost and the like. I'm not sure whether or not in Eric's notes here, green waste, are we talking specifically about the bio waste or just the green waste per se? With the comment from Anthony. Some clarification.
So the trial that started off a year or so ago was to shred the green waste, mix it with biosolids, and with the intent of making a compost that would be suitable to be used on various gardens and remediation projects. So that's what's been happening for the past year or so. And what will be coming is advice around what we do next, given that that mixed biosolid compost or green waste biosolid compost is not going to be suitable for its intended disposal. It takes a long time to process the compost, so now we do know the outcome of that. But that's something that the team are working through because it's a current working progress.
Yeah, so thank you for that. I just see potentially, looking at 150, it's a work in progress. It's not business as usual, and I would like to see an agenda item come forward sometime during this financial year. The next financial year. See how we're progressing against the 150, how we're going against the plans, and then we can use that to inform us for the long-term plan.
Okay. Nod from Anthony. Thanks, Paul. Okay, where are we at? Federated Farmers.
I think some of them on here, if they did an attachment, it's not on there. So I think it's pertinent that any that say see attachment, that we actually go through the ones that we have done half of them, but and they spoke and we didn't get up to them, did we?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And being told off for not doing my research prior to our columns. I actually have found Federated Farmers Commission. It's quite detailed. It goes through a lot of things.
Yeah.
But not all of them are applicable to schools. So as we go through them, we have to apply some judgment.
I think what are you going to say? We're due a break. We're due a break now, and before we get on to Federated Farmers, if we get on to Federated Farmers, we're going to continue or
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. We were talking about deciding at 5 o'clock if we kick on, get this out the way, or if we return again tomorrow. Now, I appreciate, Mr. Mayor, we've probably got time to decide now. We've still got a bit of in-depth here, but a lot of it's to do with what we've already discussed. So one's got to ask the question, do we just kick on, after the break, and finish it tonight? And I think we can do that.
we don't want to be here all night. Well, certainly I don't want to.
7
anyway.
o'clock, Mr.
So
Mayor.
let's have a,
There's not many to go.
okay. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break and then resume. Thank you. Adeline? Okay. We'll resume. Okay, we were up to was, Federated Farmers, I think, wasn't it? Okay, Dave. Did you want to speak to that? Paul?
Just comments on that, brief us, there are some questions.
Gonna put your mic on, sorry. So that he briefed us, there's a lot of issues here that we need to go through, and I think because he was speaking for a collective, we need to pick out the good stuff, the kernels of interest, so to speak, and address those. But it's pretty hard to find them in one consolidated list, so yeah, Tony.
Yeah, particularly 2.3 around the Karamea Highway. If they can support us and advocate for us in any way around that, that'd be great to keep in touch and work with them on that.
Okay. Thanks, Tony. Anything? Okay, thanks.
So yeah, we'll go through the things that said. 2.2 was councils identify the following key matters, which was capital investment, operating expenditure and rates. And then they said for the feedback from the rural community is clear, transport infrastructure and land management fees are the most important issues. So then the 2.3, I don't know what council wants to do about that. Has everybody got the paper in front of them, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought we had already dealt with that. 2.4, funding support from NZTA is pretty much the same sort of thing. And reducing, and they're talking about reducing the burden on rural ratepayers, which I think we've had a pretty good coverage, but I can stand corrected. Federated Farmers 2.5 acknowledge the need to support shipping, rail and energy sectors. National transport and energy networks are key. So other than taking that under advisement, I'm not sure what we can do.
I think that has been included in our like economic development
Yeah,
stuff, a lot of
it
the work
has,
we're doing, that
Yeah.
connection, yeah. Sorry.
Regional, sorry, I'm just working through. So
Yeah,
if anyone
carry on, Dave, did a good job.
regional regulation, support the registration of dogs as a tool for promoting public safety, and noting the difference with rural landowners. They're not the primary source of dog-related issues.
Yeah, Colin.
Just a quick observation there. We have acknowledged in the past that working dogs have a reduced amount, a reduced fee. What this is suggested here in 3.1, maybe it'll be set at a maximum of 5 dogs. Because of course, some farmers may have 10, you know, with doing the roundups and stuff like that. So he's acknowledged, mentioned there about having a cat. So the question is, do we have any appetite for having a cat, or do we park it for now and look at the long-term plan?
I have a little bit of an issue with that because I feel like this is a fee for farmers that they can claim tax on and they can claim GST on, whereas a lot of our other ratepayers can't claim anything back on any of this. And so I think we recognise it in a reduced fee, but actually it's an expense that they can claim back on their tax, and they all do claim GST.
They can claim back their running costs.
Yeah.
Dave.
Yeah. Sorry, in addition to that, during the discussions on setting the, and I think that the reduction in working dog fees may have happened up in the time that I wasn't here. We discussed it, it may have been the last time I was on council, but the discussion around working dogs in our district, across the border district, we don't have big stock runs. So the amount of working dogs, with, you know, we set a limit with working dogs sort of, and we did have the discussion around it, but we decided that, you know, that there was a limit, you know, because we weren't really dealing with a big problem in there.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
His management was there, West Coast farming community, was there about 8 years, but it's 5 years.
Sorry.
Not really sure what issues.
No, it's regional council.
No.
So then the next one was water services. Again, it's. No. Yeah. Yep. Oh, you want to deal with the RMA? So the RMA is on the street.
How do we want to deal with the submission from them on some sort of dispensation towards farmers subdividing their properties?
Colin's got a question.
Looking for guidance here, please, Mr. Mayor. Of course, it's the RMA, of course. We had the Buller District Plan. We've now got the TTPP, and I believe these came under the TTPP. If I'm correct, then we had the opportunity at the time to put in submissions and the like, but I'm happy to be directed on this one. I hear where he's coming from, but
Linda might be able to fill us in on that one. I came in pretty late at the piece on the TTP.
Well, in terms of changing the subdivision framework, that is under the TTPP. But in terms of the second part with the fees, that's what we set as a council. We set the fees. We don't. The subdivision rules would be and I think, I can't from memory, but they may have put a submission in anyway. Can't remember, but TTP is not us anyway. But yeah, so we could look at the charge there, because that's what we're here for. If we had an appetite to do that.
So,
Yep, and particularly I don't, because you know, that's cost recoverable. And if we move to altering these fees, then it becomes general rates. And that means the little old lady down the bottom end of town with the roof leaking no hot water running any longer, house is defunct, is paying for it. And I totally disagree. I think people that are doing this financial incentive to subdivide, albeit that they come up with all sorts of other reasons, then it's cost recoverable, they should bear the cost. And that's how we work it.
thanks.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly, generally speaking, fees and charges are set during the long-term plan. That's where we have a real in-depth discussion, and there may be adjustments owing to inflation or whatever during the annual plan processes. But I believe we should be have this, and we've never really discussed in full in the past that I've been part of. Yeah, fees and charges, and maybe we should look at that as part of our discussion through the LTP that's coming up later this year and early next year. So maybe we park that for now.
Yeah, I think so.
Just a question around that. So in terms of that, like we've obviously had meetings before where we're presenting with the fees and that. So is there a chance for feedback, or is that in the long-term plan consultation? Would you do that before you know, I guess if you put it on a council agenda, that gives people chance to come to public forum or speak up. Is that?
Yeah, so it's part of your long-term plan, as councillor Reedy said, you do
Yeah.
you do your ground up review and I guess a sense check against, you know, your cost recovery.
Yeah.
You're meeting your public-private good split in terms of regulatory, making sure that you're not over subsidising it. But in your annual plan years, you might adjust by CPI. But when we brought that draft to you, we did include all those fees and charges. Yeah. That's your chance to kind of question it, and they do form part of the overall consultation through your annual plan. So people can do, as they've done here, say, yeah, we'd like to see that change. But unless there's a real need, I'd suggest you stick with what you've got until you get to the LTP.
Yeah. No, I'm just wondering. So in terms of this, people can go, oh well, long-term plan process. If you've got a real, argument to say change it, that's a good place.
Okay, thanks for bringing that up, Colin. That's a good point. Dave, what have we got next? Next is the support for the Westwater stormwater system that we discussed. Yeah. 4.2 is probably one we want to spend a bit of time on if people are interested, but it's he's talking about solid waste, stormwater, wastewater and drinking water should be paid through targeted rates by those who benefit, and those who benefit from the expense from an expense exclusively should be paying for a given service. Council is within its rights to provide targeted rates with differentials. Federated Farmers strongly supports the use of differentials and targeted ratings though where it makes sense. Thanks, Dave. Colin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I remember Deputy Mayor talking about it before in terms of differentials and targeted rates. This has come up a few times, especially in relation to stormwater. And I believe we can't do anything for this annual plan. It'd be nice to be able to talk about it, but we're also, as you know, we're going through another period with another entity, and I believe it's too premature for us to be talking about that now. But I hear where they're coming from.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, Dave. All right, if that's a consensus, the next one is more about the CCO coming up for the West Coast. Just some Federated Farmers perspective. We've sort of discussed around it, and their main concern is about the increasing debt, and that we won't implement and result in bespoke fees and charges in addition to the rates. So that's a consideration. Rates comments.
So they make the comment then that these proposals, we believe it's best to consider these proposals in parallel with local government reforms. Sorry about that, but the horse is bolted for the time being. There may come a time when these things come back onto the table, perhaps after November this year, and at which time we might be able to discuss them in a rational fashion.
And that's been talked about around the table before too, hasn't it? Yeah. Okay. So the rates comments there are just following through 5.1, talks about the global environment challenging, and inflation, debt servicing costs, insurance, affordability and energy, and just making it difficult to forecast operational and capital spending. Basically, it's talking about resilience, financial resilience, and the ability of farmers to respond to those challenges. Farm input costs have increased. Now over 27% higher than it was before COVID, and talking about the pressures on owners, operators and workers, talking about higher energy prices. So we could perhaps take that on point that we need something to address the high energy prices, and further increases in rates representing additional costs many are unable to afford.
Can I just state, when you're looking at 27% of prices going up, we're seeing even higher in central local government with our costs. So it's all relative.
Yeah, it is. Any more discussion?
Okay, so we understand the affordability of rates is an issue for everybody, including the farmers. In 2025, the Auditor General reported council's operating expenditure was higher than forecast the year prior. So that's all well known to us. For all councils, the total operating expenditure was 18.1 billion, a 14% increase on what was budgeted. So, I mean, that's good information, but they believe a back to basics approach is correct for rural communities, and residents struggle to meet the demands of the cost of living and fuel crisis. So what I take from that in summary is I'd like to see us have a back to basics approach without all the nice to haves, which is all discretionary and subject to our people's opinions. Central government sought to restore discipline to government spending. Okay. And talking about a CPI inflation target for 1 to 3%, but it's projected to exceed 4%, and Treasury predicts inflation to reach 7.4% this financial year, which is very high and is on the cusp of inflation getting away from the government's ability to control it, or the Reserve Bank's ability to control it.
Just a question is, on Federated, have the farmers had to pay out yet from Fonterra?
Yes, I think
Yeah,
they have.
not just the normal one, but
The one that where they sold off part of the labels and brands. Yeah, they've had to pay.
they've had to pay it. Okay.
But just on that, how many of our farmers are in Ontario?
I don't know.
Can I just look? There's a lot of this is just commentary. Can we cut to what they're actually asking of us? So if anyone wants to go through and just point out the issues that they want to talk to in order,
Okay, Ray and then Colin.
Yeah, just jumping ahead slightly to 5.10, just out of interest, really, their comments about the UAGC. This is going to be interesting stuff for us when we come to review our rates, and it's and interestingly and obviously exemplified by the difference of opinion between our two and Nangahu Ward councillors. And we're in for some interesting discussion here.
Okay, Colin, then Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When there's discussion about a revenue surplus, okay, the total revenue less expenses, we have to report CapEx. CapEx isn't reported in here because it's not an OpEx item. So what we end up with is, if you like, a paper surplus, which is what he's referring to here in 5.8, I think it is. We have to be cognizant of the fact that the surplus isn't a true surplus, and it is recorded at times in our agenda items. I know the media, rightly or wrongly, see that as being a surplus, but it's not really a surplus because of the OpEx costs that have been capitalised and therefore put on the balance sheet of the P&L. So we just need to be cognizant of that. He's correct in what he's saying, but it's more a paper bottom line, not.
Thanks, Colin. Okay, Dave, did you want to add something, Dave Force? Sorry, I think Dave Force.
Yeah, well, I noted that we're talking about our rating to go forward with. I note that he said when he talked about differentials, he talked about farming have a 25% discount by differential, was his words. Currently, I think it's slightly more discount than that. So I'd like that noted. I wrote it down at the time while he was speaking. Just out of interest sake.
I had a question. One of the statements you made while the submission was going on about a 60-40 rate split, were you talking about, to terms of rural and urban, were you talking about a general rate or total rates?
Total rates, what it was at the time when we analysed it, and from 89, which is amalgamation, the shift went from 60% of our rate take. So I know it's irrelevant. 60% of our rate take was from rural land, and 40% was from the urban areas. And then through the time between then and now, with the shift to uniform annual charges, uniform general annual charge was introduced, and it's accelerated from its original introduction to a massive amount now, really. And then fixed charges for water and sewerage, they were the whole thing was just a general rate.
Yeah.
They were separated out. So all of these times that as a fixed charge gets separated out, the impact was driving that change between rural tax take and urban tax take. And so the urban ratepayers were ending up paying the bulk rates. Sorry. So
Next take, right.
Well, sorry, you want to go first, Dave?
Oh, I was just going to,
Yeah, your button. Okay, go to.
Now, yeah, agreeing with councillor Hawes that the differentials work against urban dwellers, particularly those in Westport and Carter's Beach, and as the deputy mayor has pointed out previously today, that weighting is going to be exacerbated because the average rate increase in Westport and Carter's Beach is something like 14. This is before we've made changes today. I should say was 14.2% compared to an average of 4.4. But remember, if the average is 4.4 and you've got a huge chunk of people in Westport and Carter's Beach paying 14.2, then we've got other people who are actually having their rates going down. Yeah. So there's a real issue here that we have to come back to.
Okay, so under a rates review. So with your permission, I'll just go through comment on 5.9. Basically, they're asking the council to provide residents with an understanding of gross debt per rating unit, because that wasn't included.
Colin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't believe that's applicable. Gross debt per rating unit, it's just like you might as well say how much costs associated with purchasing pencils and rubbers are associated with each rating. It is a cost that is incurred, rightly or wrongly, Mr. Mayor, but it's a cost that is incurred. We agree upon that around the table in terms of debt and the like, and the interest payments. So I hear what they're saying. I believe we discussed that, during AP and LTP discussions.
Yeah, great, thanks, Colin. But what about just the amount, the actual figure that we owe? Is that a fact or it's in there? So we've already addressed part of this question anyway.
So
Yeah.
through our annual report process, we actually have to show in our annual reports how much debt is attributed to each rating unit. So we do that every year anyway.
Any comment on 5.10? Yeah. Any 5.11? Differential again. 5.12. Oh, that'd be nice, but let us know if you've got any ideas. 6.1 differential, yeah, 6.2. A simplified differential for farming and increase. Well, I think we agree a simplified differential across the board is required with a rates review. Yeah, noted. And pretty much That's it.
Thanks very much, Dave.
I'm sorry if I prolonged it unnecessarily.
Yeah.
61, what's 61? Grants. Okay. Okay, employee benefit costs. We've had a good thrashing on that. Is there anything, any further comments, Colin?
If I may, I agree with you. We've threshed that out, and there's some other areas that we've always also threshed out. Graham's now referring to the remuneration policy. There is provision in the long-term plan. I can't give you the section at the moment where it says that the CEO is responsible for setting remuneration and staff numbers. He employs staff. That position employs the staffing. However, elected members are able to create a policy under the legislation, as Graham has pointed out, that can give effect, i.e. put a cap on those areas. Obviously, that's been in there for quite some time, and it's been a bugbear of mine personally, but this could have been action a long time ago. Sorry, Graham, but it hasn't been, and I believe we should be bringing this up for the long-term plan.
Okay, let's park it there, Shane.
I question that, because I think that bringing in another policy at this stage when we're looking at reform is probably, it might be there for one more year. I question when we've got so many policies that we're behind with right now, the point of that, when we've got reform going on, and this is going to be a completely different entity. I understand what you're saying, Colin, absolutely, but I just say the timing of things right now probably doesn't make sense to me. That's all.
Cool. I concur.
Well,
Yeah, I do. This has long been a point of discussion at this table. And in reality, we've always agreed that in what we do here is we set budgets. It then is up to our CEO to take that information, work with it and his team, produce the outcomes that we've requested and that we've given him money to do it, the budget to do it. How he splits that up is basically up to him, providing we get the outcomes that we've asked, and there are clearly some we set in place some report back measures and key performance measures around that. So if we approve an operating budget of 20 million and we want XYZ delivered for it, it's not up to us to say you can have 10 people or 20 or 30 people. There's the money, we've approved it, you deliver it within that budget.
And that's quite right. I mean, the C's given the responsibility and the authority. If we're going to constrain the CE, I would suggest that he won't be around. I'm not talking about Simon in particular. He won't be around for too long. I agree with what Phil is saying. Approve the budget, approve the work plan, and it's up to the CE to deliver. Colin and then Dave Forwards.
With respect, Mr. Mayor, I hear what the Councillor Rutherford is saying. Don't have an argument. However, there is comment in the general community about the cost of the number of staff and the cost associated with it. But I understand where it's coming from. There would not be a provision in the legislation if it wasn't required. So it's there to be used if we want to use it. And I am aware that there are some councils or local authorities who have actually drafted one. But I hear what the Deputy Mayor is saying. We don't have time at the moment to do that. We've just said no to a policy. I think we might have said yes, but we've got a backlog. So I understand all the arguments, Mr. Mayor, and we park it for now. But the legislation is there for a purpose.
Thanks, Dave Horse.
And I agree, it'll be there for a purpose and that's fine. I guess it's the alternative to the way that the budget, scrutiny and allowance process, it's an alternative way of managing, and controlling staff growth, two different sides of it, two different games, if you like, that have the same result. But I just want to really identify that we've had a CE who's gone away from the table. He's gone away, taken what we've asked around going away and finding, everything he can to take out to get this rate down to an affordable increase. And can I just commend the fact that that's what they did? And we've had two examples here come through saying about what, that we've refused, that we said no, So the CE has actually come back to us through this process. He's gone away, he's done what we've said, and that's what we managed through the CEO performance arrangement and how we deal with that. So understand, I think there might be two different processes. We do have the right, and I fully agree with Colin that it's revisionable at a time.
Okay, thank you. Any further on Graham's submission? Okay, thank you. So we're going to 66. Unless I missed one.
I know Graham's mentioned around the recreation facilities, around targeted rates for those people who live close to them. I think if you did that, you'd find that if you've got people who are volunteering to run those things, then paying a targeted rate for them, then you would have no volunteers. So for me, I just don't think that it would work. And also, it's in particular areas, some of those facilities are used by a whole heap of tourists and visitors to our areas, and it's pretty hard to, you would then be looking, I think, at and putting your fees up to the point where nobody would want to stay in those motor camps and stuff. But so just, yeah.
Thank you. Anything else on Graham's submission, Phil?
Well, I would just back up what Deputy Shane is alluding to, and it would become part of a comprehensive rate review, in my view, because previous rate reviews have actually touched on this type of approach. So, okay, yeah.
But just want to comment on Graham, putting in the submission, like understanding that he's not around the table anymore. So I appreciate the fact that he still stays connected to this, and I bet he's watching. But yeah, just grateful that he's still involved in the process, engaged. Yeah.
Thanks, Shane. Okay, so we're not missing.
I just want to speak, was it in the weekend I was going through some cassette tapes, getting rid of some for moving, but interesting enough, I found a little tape of Dad's election nearing speech from 1989. And interesting that the same things he's submitting on here were on that, speech about affordability and about how, so kind of thinking that over the 30 years or nearly 40 years, things haven't changed. Like we're still going on about how affordability, how do we pay for these services, and coming from a rural background too, like the inequity that either urban people feel and rural people feel, and getting the balance on rates and that ongoing issue. I don't know if we'll solve it in the next.
No, I think we'll get 20, 30 years down the track. We'll still be talking about it, won't we?
No, Mr. Mayor, if I may, just make a point, and thanks for that, Linda, and you're quite right. Your father was an absolute champion for affordability, fairness and equity, and of course that came out in some of our previous rate review model strawman that unfortunately we never got over the line. So had we managed to do that, And I think Councillor Hawes will agree with me that we just didn't have the nuts to bloody do it. We could have, but we took more notice of the bloody naysayers who were going to be affected than negatively affected. We could have done this, and a lot of the things that your dad's still addressing probably could have been dealt with. So next time we approach it, we've got to have the gumption to bloody carry it out.
Okay, thank you. Collins, we've done that now. Okay, now I'm not missing anything more, am I? Okay, 65, Max Dickens. Yeah, we have, I think,
Address here, Lippert.
we're just about to go to that now.
Yeah.
Okay,
One of the things she brought up in her submission, which I think, it's to do with the waste recycling. What are we spending our waste minimisation fund on? I agree with her points about, we are missing a trick with having some of these things. She talks about recycling, reuse centre, like using that money. I'd love to know, it's probably been presented, but probably I've gone over my head about what we actually do with that money, and is there scope to do some of those things?
Yep, so I quite like his comment. Probably like to have her help us out with some of this stuff. So her comments particularly around the recycling centre, that is in the new waste contract. So when we implement that 1 July 27, that will come into play. She talked about composting. We had a conversation about that before. We're going to continue to do something with green waste. The exact detail of the waste minimisation fund, that'll take a bit of scraping together to find it, but it does go into support a lot of the initiatives that we do, including monitoring closed landfills, supporting some of the recycling initiatives. And her last comment around, which is a little bit frustrating, because a week ago I had a draft media release in front of me to approve, which I didn't quite get finished on, around what we did with our last recycling audit, where we've reduced the contamination rate from a horrible figure to a not so horrible figure. So that's hopefully next week I'll be able to get back to that and get that out. So what was suggested there is stuff that is in train, would nice to be have, but we are working on it.
I do think volunteers like yourself, they're good to there's a passionate people out there that, like you say, wealth of knowledge and ideas that could probably kickstart some of these initiatives for very low costs, just their time.
Yeah, I have met her before, and she's very passionate.
Tony, Dave Hingston and then Dave Woods.
Yeah, I just want to say, Keir has been on this, she hasn't given up. She's put in really great, thoughtful plans. I honestly do think that we need to get Keir on board, because she should be able to help, and she would love to help out with this. She's got great common sense and just the passion for it. So yeah, I really and I'm really happy that council has got that dump shop in the contract, because that's something that people have been asking for a long time. So it's great to see that we actually are listening and doing some stuff to implement this. Thanks, Keith.
Okay. All done? Oh, sorry, Dave. Yep, getting a bit tired.
I mean, it's endorsement. I mean, this submission I was particularly impressed with, and I think it embodies what we all need to encourage. And whether we bring her on as a volunteer, project leader, or participant, however we do that, I think we need to make it happen as soon as we can. And we'll just see where the initiatives fall And it can be done at very little cost to us with a huge, potentially huge benefit.
Oh, I just thought that, you know, as part of Anthony's waste minimisation budget, I think a part-time paid position would be in order, to be honest. But, well, and that's true because we're moving to this new contract and I think that you're gonna have to have a little bit of feet on the ground stuff that you might want to do, Anthony, so just suggesting that.
So, yeah, as part of the LTP last year, we did increase the waste team. We had one person who's absolutely and totally overworked, so we do have another person there now, so we do have good resourcing in the team.
Okay, thank you. Colin, did you have a question?
Oh, just a quick question.
Right.
Did we get a copy of Keir's PowerPoint? Didn't you do a PowerPoint presentation yesterday? Did that come our way? I know, I realise that. Just wondered if we had, if it was able to be circulated. Yeah, I think she'd love to.
Just a question, have we resolved to do anything about this at the moment?
I think everything she's asking for is pretty well underway.
Okay. So we're parking it for staff to deal with and consider.
Part of the work program.
Yeah.
Colin?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I did have a question and I didn't hear Anthony correctly, properly. I know there's a new contract coming up and that there has been talk over the last 3 or 4 years, and Keir mentioned it, about having the old shop, whatever you want to call them. And so it's been mentioned, I think, yesterday. And I'm not sure whether or not something like that's been included or been looked at in the plan. Yeah, I thought you mentioned that. So I'm happy. So it's a work in progress at the moment, I agree. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Colin. Okay, that's Keir done. Thank you. It's not advice, Neville Barker. Okay. Susan Barker, okay. Rex and Athena Keenan.
Yeah, look, I think that's our last consideration today. I urge you all to, if you haven't already, read it, familiarise yourself with what they're saying. Then we adjourn for a big glass of wine.
Linda.
Do we have to, you know, going through there's obviously that last submission, do we need to? Page 170. Yeah. Oh, the other one thing I did think we just glossed over. We haven't talked about it, but.
Okay, let's deal with this one first. Rex and Athena Keenan, are there any comments? Discussions?
Look, I don't want to be disrespectful to people who take the trouble to submit to our plan, but my take on this, it's almost entirely sits outside any reasonable action that we as a council would be considering.
I agree. I receive at least 2 if not 3 emails a week. Colin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with what the council is saying. That they've put the submission in, and I really appreciate it. And it was a good read. Good read. There's a mix of local and central government here, plus politics, and to divvy those out and for us to discuss each one of those. I acknowledge, and it's a very well written. I acknowledge the effort put in, but I think we just need to move on at this point in time.
I agree. Okay, there was one item, Linda or Dave was.
There was just 2 things that I think we hadn't addressed. Was one to do with the tip head one. I don't know if we needed to just acknowledge that.
We covered that one.
Oh, did we? Did I miss that one? And then the other one that I thought we had missed was just about the Carter's Beach. Did we talk about Wendy Barrels? No, sorry, that's the wrong one. What was the one with the? Yeah, Linda Walker. Have we addressed that? But just about the speed limit thing, going back to her about that,
I don't think, I can't remember that one.
so number 21, if you go to the green thing, just up, there's a comment up there. Linda Walker, Carter's Beach, just talked about the concerns of speeds along Carter's Beach, it being a shared space. I know that we obviously had that big consultation with the speed thing, then the central government threw that out. I don't know what the response is. Where do we sit with setting speed limits? What will our response be?
This changing speed limit is a almost impossible task.
Yeah.
We put the speed management plan in play, which effectively puts signs and controls outside schools. So
Yeah.
those signs will be going up for the next the last of those will be going up in the next couple of months. The ability for councils or road controlling authorities to make changes to speeds is very, very limited and requires a lot of evidence.
And is there anything that us as a council do when in shared spaces, I don't know, to improve the road or the access way, you know?
I just want to
Right.
comment on this because we did put in a submission to that when we had that speed limit
Yeah.
change. Because there is no footpath down Golf Links Road, so it is an issue. And there are school kids that walk around in a school bus. But the other issue is that Cook Street is when you have cars parked on the side of the road, it becomes one way. And we have school buses. We don't have schools, we have a school bus stop there. So what we have is the buses stop, cars cross the road, and we've put that forward, and we put it forward when they were looking at the changes to speed limits, because it is dangerous there. There are kids that walk to a school bus from all around Carter's Beach, and particularly Golf Links Road and Cook Street, where it's very, very narrow. There is a safety issue, but how we deal with that, I've got
Yeah,
no idea, because we've asked enough.
What's the avenue for that for community? Is this to get it on your radar? How do people do that, you know, when they're concerned about safety?
Yeah, I suppose at the moment that one is not on my radar, so it's something that I can get the team to have a look at. I just don't want to get everyone's hopes up.
No, but that's what I mean. The annual plan process is a chance for groups to get that. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hear what Deputy Mayor is saying. There's two things there though about the children, the school buses and that. One, the road code. Follow the road code. It tells you how fast it's supposed to go, what speed it's supposed to go when you are passing a school bus. Also, when you travel down the coast road, there are signs that say school bus, school bus. Why is there not one in Carter's Beach Road? I don't know, but but quite often though, Mr. Mayor, these school buses are just, informal sometimes. They'll just park where little Joe and little Jane live, so that boys door to door. So we can't have signs for that, but if we have a sign somewhere along the line that's around the way, but that to me, I don't know if that's part of NZTA for signage or part of ours. I cannot recall.
Just a question, I haven't seen them around the West Coast, I might have missed them, but school bus route. Do we have signs over here, school bus route?
They're outside my place, so there's two buses, and what we get is when the kids get off the bus, they run between the buses and cross the road, and there is no signage, and they go down there at 50k, and it's too fast. It's too fast at that time of.
With respect though, when someone sees, when they're driving and they see school bus, they are supposed to slow down. Now, if they don't, I sympathise for the children rushing out, but everybody who's driving a car should be aware of the fact, slow down. Correct. We don't need signage all the time for that.
Okay, Paul.
Anthony might be able to confirm whether we've still got one at Tauranga Bay. It used to be reduced there to 25 k an hour over the Christmas period. So it has to be gazetted.
I couldn't
It
tell
may,
you.
it may have slipped off the radar, but there is a process there, but they've got to be gazetted annually.
There's a process for temporary speed limits as part of a traffic management plan.
Yeah.
And they need to be renewed from time to time. And I note on Elmer Road, it's a temporary speed limit of 60 kilometres an hour. I've been there for a while now and it's always been there, but there was a good reason for that. That gets renewed annually. It's not the preferred way of managing speed because it's using a rule slightly at the edge of what it should be used for.
Yeah, that's great. So,
Yep. Well, just on the Paris Beach before I leave it, there's things called, sort of temporary chicanes. Get some old cars, park them down the road. So people have to slow down, one on one side, one on the other. And just have half a dozen cars and they've got to slow down.
there you
Anyway,
go.
so there,
Practical solution.
so there you
Council
go.
rules.
Do something.
Okay, we just got one.
So, but before we go, I just want to cover. Well, I want to raise that. So what I want to raise is that we haven't really addressed all of the West Coast Regional Council
Yeah.
paper. They came and spoke to us, open forum, in terms of, presenting to us on flood walls and stuff like that. It was, I assume that's part of our annual plan process that they spoke to us around the flood walls. Yeah, they came and presented. So, having said that, I think I just wanted to get a feel from other people and just put out my views around that, around the table, is that, we're facing, we've just faced this spend in terms of our upgrading of stormwater outlets, pumps, etc., incurring costs on behalf of the ratepayers of $3 million to supplement the $8 million. And they indicated there's a sum of money that will be contributed from their investment fund.
Yeah.
Now, their investment fund was the $7 million granted to councils around the district. Back in the day, we're talking 2003, I think, was the forestry payouts. And that's now grown to what I can only assume was $12 million. If they take, sorry, $12 million. If they take
16, I think it was.
No, I think they were left with 11 million.
Sorry.
So
Where's it headed? It's nothing to do with their annual.
no, but this is part of what they're
They submitted in favour of what we've agreed to, and that's where it ends.
So do you want to end that with the discussion?
Yeah.
Well, there were other things they raised.
Are you trying to allude where we should spend the $1 million?
I'm trying to allude that did we submit to that? Did we ask for or voluntarily? Is that an appropriate sum?
My understanding is that $1 million is not just for us, but they've also given $1 million to the other.
They have not given us $1 million. They've drawn down $1 million from their investment fund to support the cost of building the wall. So we already know there's 15 from government, 10 from the local share. They've just thrown in another $1 million to that. They spend that. That's got nothing to do with this table at whatsoever.
They brought it up.
Okay,
Just giving us
One last point, if I may, please. A lot of people got their lights on, which we haven't discussed, and there is some misinformation in the community as far as I'm concerned, from an accounting point of view, and that is to do with the proposed, I'm just going to round it up, $100,000 on software that is going to be the panacea for future reporting. It's in the budget and I'm concerned about it, Mr. Mayor, and it hasn't been brought up at all. If nothing is said about it, then it'll go ahead and it will be purchased.
Well, I think, Colin, with respect, you know, that motion has been put past, and approved. And
For inclusion in the annual plan, not for the purchase, Mr. Mayor. For
the
inclusion in the annual plan.
correct, but aren't we here talking about, submissions? Is there a submission being made on that?
Not that I'm aware of.
No.
So you're happy for 100,000 to be spent for no effect because it's been misinformation in the community on this matter.
I'm happy for, I voted in favour of what was put up, by staff, and I'm happy with that result.
It's not misinformation.
Excuse me. This is an overlay. You still have the existing accounting system.
Not misinformation.
It is misinformation because you said with the new,
Okay.
with the new proposal, Mr. Mayor, that it will be the fix, the overall fix for the.
Okay, I have to call it to order, Colin. Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, so we're on to the final stretch. So, the draft recommendation being that council hear and consider written and verbal submissions. Deliberations on the submission to the draft annual plan 26-27 and the information provided in the report once hearings are complete. And number 3, instructs the chief executive officer to make the necessary amendments to the draft annual plan 26-27 based on the outcome of deliberations and present the final annual plan to the extraordinary ordinary council meeting on the 30th of June 2026. Moved by Colin, seconded by the mayor. Oh, I will give it to you, Dave. Take a rest. Okay, seconded by councillor Hingston. Thank you for that. All those in favour? Those against? Okay, thank you. There being no further business, the meeting is declared closed at 18:02. Okay, our next meeting on the 27th of May.